All right, all right. We got a panel here today. MOT, the darkness, Black Curls. What's going on, everybody? Thanks for coming out.
What's going on, man?
Nothing much, nothing much.
What's good? And before
It's
we start,
good.
the darkness is Lawrence. The
And
darkness is Lawrence. Don't freak out. I'm just playing with the names. I'm being silly. That's all.
before I get any further, I want to say thank you, anyways, Marco. Appreciate you anyway, bro. But as we're going into the barbershop talk here on forgiveness. So everyone that heard, I guess. So what did you think of the assessment of the previous information and video that I did earlier? I think I just wanted to point out that people try and misuse this information that way they can manipulate people into being a lick for them. So MOT.
Yeah. For me personally, yeah, that's what I've always have said. I mean, it's just that you can't forgive these people. You can't forgive them, and it's like they want to switch the burden of proof by their continued existence by having you do the forgiving and not them changing their actions, not them changing their associations, not having a track record, and doing exactly the same type of thing that led them to transgress you in the first place. Nothing has changed. The only thing that's changed is they want to weaponize forgiveness to have the strength to keep doing the stuff they have been doing before. And I'm like, you know what? Why don't we just try the without your ass around model?
Yeah, right, correct. But yeah, we see all the time how they they want to keep people around and they want to be kept around, but we know it's for no good. We know it is because if they were actually different, uh, their track record and what they do every day would show that. But we obviously see with these people that it's not the case. Lawrence, the darkness.
I don't disagree with MOT whatsoever. What I'm doing is I'm looking at it from the opposite end. My theory is that you can forgive someone. The onus is on you after that, because here's the thing. I can forgive you, but the moment I forgive you, I have to come to an understanding again that I'm not required to give you anything else. That's your free pass. I forgive you, but I'm never going to trust you again. I'm not going to associate with you, etc., and so on. What we have a tendency to do is you'll forgive someone, and then you'll turn around and you'll still leave that door open for them to betray you or hurt you or whatever it is again. So I get MOT right out the gate. I mean, we can do it without you. But if you are going to forgive somebody, make sure you forgive them with the understanding that you do not have to associate with them again. You do not have to have them in your world. That was your freebie. Now you got to go.
Agreed. Um, Black Curls.
Well,
Good ad.
MOT already exemplified the majority of what I was going to say. And I'd like to add to Lawrence's point, it's not really the forgiveness, it's the trust part. Because if you trust someone after you forgive them, then it's definitely your fault. I could say, forgive you, fuck you, goodbye.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty simple. It's pretty simple.
And I like how Jesus, man, he was no soft voiced ass nigga. In his case, he would go hard on anybody.
Exactly. People people automatically like to try and turn him into that soft nigga. But it clearly shows that when you look that hey, he separates those that are actually truly with him from those that aren't. He separates them and he puts those that aren't with him. Hey, look, you over there, you done had your chance, but look, I'm done with you. It's it.
Well, the
Hey,
current church mentality is trying to turn them into a simp. That's what they try to do.
yep,
Uh,
definitely.
yeah, I
And
agree.
then even when Jesus makes the distinction, I think after the book of John, when he resurrected, he's like, bring all the disciples and Peter. I'm like, he got Peter.
He does not spare anyone. He puts them in their according place, and he'll deal with you accordingly. So yeah, the church definitely, like I said, they use it, try and use it as a tool to they do use it as a tool to manipulate those weak mentally as well as emotionally to fall for that crap.
Right, right. And the thing about forgiveness that should be paramount in any man's mind is not really forgiveness of others, it's forgiveness of yourself.
Mm.
Because
Yes.
we have a
Correct.
tendency that when we get involved in situations and it turns bad, we put all the weight on ourselves and we
Mhm.
carry that burden and it beats us down. You know what I'm saying? Why even try anymore? Whatever have you may. I think the key to forgiveness has to start with yourself first. That's me. That's me. Um, because once you get past whatever it is that's blocking you and you've learned to forgive yourself, with that forgiveness comes acceptance. Once you can accept something, you can look at it for what it truly is, and then you can start putting in measures to self-correct. That's more important to me than worrying about whether or not forgiving somebody else. Like Black Curl said, you could just walk away from them. That's it. You ain't got to
Mhm.
deal with them, but you got to look at yourself every day in the mirror.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you do have to. You do have to.
That's my interpretation on it anyway.
I agree. I agree. Um, but I thought it was something that needed to be gone over because I mean you hear in this space all the time on these different channels where they try they try and manipulate the situation for you to excuse their fuckery.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And they'll definitely twist it and misuse uh, the information held within these stories and these texts that are lessons for you to use judgment and common sense to distance yourself from these people. So I felt that it was something that I had to do to say, hey, look, you ain't wrong for distancing yourself from these people until they prove otherwise that they are worth having letting them have access to your time and your space.
Right, right. Because like I said, and Black Curls put it in better words than I did. Again, I forgive you, but it don't mean I have to continue dealing with you. It doesn't. Because like I
Right.
said, for me, forgiving somebody is not a difficult thing to do. It really isn't. I mean, it's just as simple as breathing air for me. But what comes after that is really where it gets key. Because I can forgive you and you come back to me like a week, 2 weeks, a month, or whatever later, and like, yo, I need to blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I can't do that for you. Well, why not? Because of what happened before. But you said you forgive me. I did forgive you, but it made me understand that I can't work with you. That's the penance for what you did. Because see, and that goes back to what we talk about with consequences. If you have no consequences, then you're going to continue to believe I'm just going to keep forgiving you each and every time. Now, the Most High said, forgive every time your brother offends you, forgive him every time. But he didn't say continue to be abused by him. That's a whole different kind of beast.
Yeah.
That's
True.
and a lot of people don't know how to separate those two. Because forgiving somebody does not mean you let them continue to come back and abuse you. It means you forgive them and then you move on.
Yeah. I agree. But like we agreed to, people are going to take this information, twist it to use for their own advantage to which happens to be to your disadvantage. So people that are like you said that you are going to forgive it's important for them to know that hey, hey, you don't have to keep dealing with these people because these people are going to take your pearls and they're going to trample. And then they're gonna turn and they're gonna turn and tear you to pieces because this is what they've been seeking to do from the jump.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look, I got another family story. So, last week I was talking to my mom, and we're just shooting the breeze, and she's asking me about a female classmate that I cut off like two years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago, and like, well, you just cut her off. Yeah, I did. Said, did you explain to her why? I don't have to explain anything. You know, so I don't want to be bothered with you. I don't want to be bothered with you. Yeah, but she did something to you that you found offensive. Yes. They said, well, don't you think she should know? No. Let her sit there and think and figure it out. Well, I think you're wrong. Why am I wrong? Well, you should let somebody know. I don't have to do anything. This is not a man. It's a woman. And she's like, look, I understand your perceptions on, male and female dynamics and all that good stuff, but I only explain myself and have conversations with men of value. I don't do it with women. Women just accept what I do. End of story. And that went back and forth for like a good 30 minutes. You don't have to explain yourself to anybody. You don't.
Right. True.
You don't. Now, would it help if I explained to her what she did wrong? Maybe. But even if I did, she can't fix it. She's already done it.
And my other thing is, I mean, why should you feel you have to anyways? It's not like they would offer you the same.
Well, and that was my point. She gave me no explanation for how she treated me. So why do I have to give an explanation for how I treated her? What is that about? Yeah. Well, maybe she don't know. That's not my problem.
She know.
and that's what the end of the conversation came to. Because I said, with the way you and I talk all the time about male and female dynamics, you know as well as I do, she knows what she's done. Because you guys are like that. And she kind of paused for a minute. She's like, well, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Everything you guys, and I said, everything you guys do is calculated. You can't tell me she don't know. She's just upset because I won't say it to her face, but I don't owe her that. Yeah. I mean, that's all that is. That's all that is. And I'm not trying to make it a whole big brouhaha. It's that's just the fact of the matter. Look, if I stop talking to you and I won't take your calls, I won't do this, I won't do that, you know you've done something to offend me to the point that I'm not dealing with you, period. You need to sit down and figure out what it is, not me. I already know. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm talking about with forgiveness. Forgiveness, in my heart, I forgave her for it. I have no problem. But like I said, I don't have to deal with you after it. I don't. Right. I mean, I just don't. And that's the type of person I am. Now, don't get me wrong. There are some people I give a certain amount of mercy to, for lack of a better term.
Gotcha.
But even with that mercy, I'm still never going to trust you again. Right. I mean, some people I forgive and let them stay in my circle, but I keep an eye on them. And then there's some people that I forgive and I just cut them off completely. I mean, but at the end of the day, like Black Curl said, it makes no difference which one I choose. The trust is gone. End of story.
Yeah. I mean, I was just taught this word by my grandfather. It's really simple. It has its limits.
Exactly. That's it. My grandfather used to use that too. Yeah.
Like forgiveness, it has its limits too. Mm-hmm. You're going to see something that's totally out of character, but not totally out of character for the situation at hand. Mm-hmm. And he was like, it's always within the means at hand. I'm never going to go over the means at hand. And the magnitude is clearly based on how much I do not want to have this conversation again.
Yeah. Because that was my.
Not them, because they're never going to learn anything. That's why it has to be this way. Yep. Because he said very clearly, the things that I do, the actual object is never meant to learn anything. It's to send a message to everybody else. What happened to the object of my rage?
Yep. Make an example of him. Make an example of it. Yep.
Yeah. Service with a smile.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard that expression in a while either.
Man.
I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that in a minute.
Yeah. And while I got you here, MOT, thanks for supporting, posting my stream from yesterday, community tab. I really enjoyed having that conversation with Sigma Jones, man.
Yeah, man. I wanted to come on, but I was bored.
Yeah, I figured. I figured you a bit. It was something going on there, but yeah, I appreciate it anyways, and I think we had a great discussion on that topic and and how it applies. That whole story of Dark Bane. It was oh man, there's a lot of gems in there to learn to apply to society today. About wanting to separate from these worthless people. I know no other way to term it, but you just can't deal with them. They have to. You got to get rid of them. That's something I agree with you on, MOT.
I mean, it's all based on the simple fact that you have to recognize they've done this to us first. Yes. We're only responding to a problem that they have created.
Yes.
They know what's going on. They merely sit in your face to see if you've learned the lesson from them.
Right.
That's the problem.
Yeah. And again, you got to ignore that because, like I said, if you're gonna drop that level of focus on forgiveness, that needs to be on you. Because, like I said, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that I want to. Well, hold on. Before I say that. For anybody in the chat, if you haven't hit the like button, hit it now. If you're new, you want to subscribe, hit that subscribe button. And also for anybody new who doesn't know about MOT, man, he does good stuff. His link is in the chat to his channel.
Cool, thanks.
No problem. What I was going to say is that aspect of forgiveness, it has to be you first. You first and all the time. Because like I said, I carried a lot of burden for a lot of stuff until I learned to forgive myself. And once you learn to forgive yourself, you start putting things in perspective and you start realizing where you went wrong and start self-correcting. And you also learn those moments where you figure out whether or not it was you or somebody else who did it. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it does make sense.
Yeah. So, and like I said, that's important for men. I just think it's important for men. And let me repost that link for MOT. I think I had it too close together.
It's all right. But yeah, that aspect of forgiveness you're talking about it. Yeah, it is important in the sense of forgiving yourself.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you can forgive yourself of having to cut these people off. That you won't feel bad about having to cut off trash and a poison that you need to cut off out of your life. I mean, it makes no sense. I mean, if you want to be healthy to keep a cancerous cell around, no, you got to cut that thing out and get rid of it.
Well, see, I think the problem is for most men is that generally when you have to do that, it ends up being someone who's like real tight to you or family or something like that. So what happens is that in your process of forgiving them and moving on, instead of just forgiving them and moving on, you forgive them, and as you move on, you pick up guilt. You just pick it up off the ground and carry it with you, like you was just supposed to take it. You should have no guilt whatsoever in walking away from somebody because they had no guilt in putting you in that position.
Right.
Correct.
And that's why I wanted to start it off by in my previous video by saying people like to misuse the Bible to appeal to the emotional side of people to excuse their fuckery. It's planned out from the start. Black curls.
Yeah, I think when I was looking at one of MLT's old videos, it was an interview he had about how he would clean up the community if he would to do it. It would be like the people will clean up, but the people who are destroying it, he would shut them out completely. And then the people interviewing him were just like, I don't like that. It's like, okay, you're causing destruction. Why would we want to have you there? You're a liability.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And of course they're not going to like it because now they have no way to benefit from their fuckery. I don't expect them.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't expect them to respond any differently.
They can't benefit. They can't benefit from the fuckery, and they have to now accept the consequences of what that fuckery brought.
Mm-hmm.
And what they're having difficulty with is that they're sitting there expecting men like us who would come in and do it that way. You know what they're gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Well, you're a black man, we black people too. You know what I'm saying? We should stick together.
No, we're not.
They're gonna try to run all that together. It's like
niggas.
Because when they look like you black too. I'm like, I'm not black, and I just shut that down real quick. But that's the mentality they're gonna go through, and they're gonna panic like all get out. Then they'll start doing everything. I mean, I'm not even gonna get into the details of that, but they'll just start doing different things that we all can get a general idea of the tactics they'll use. We've seen it before. But yeah, I mean, and I think you and I have talked about this privately, MOT. I have no problem dropping a tactical thermo right dead center of it, and deal with everything that's left after. They need to be removed. And like I said, I forgive you, but forgiving you does not mean I have to continue to put up with your nonsense. Now I got to take you out. I got to remove you from the equation.
I mean, because at this point, Lawrence, storage and cleanup is an easier burden.
Really?
Yeah, storage and cleanup. After.
Oh, okay. Because like I said, we've talked. You know where I stand. I you know what I'm saying. I got bullets for all of them. I got no problem with that. I got no problem with that.
It's just the storage, cleanup, and whether they're going to that island in New York. That's it.
See, for me, in my mind, I got a bullet for every one of them, and I could use the fertilizer.
I'm still working on this nigga thought bomb. That way I can eradicate them completely. I want nothing left behind.
Yeah.
No, and most of these people want to fight for the continued existence through I'm just not going to take a side. I'm like, but you have taken a side. Yes, you have. And it's time for these people to start understanding that you have taken a side. It's fine that you don't want to take responsibility for it, but you're trying to make me take responsibility for it because you don't want to take responsibility for it, and we just can't have that.
Right. Right. I mean, for all intents and purposes, we're. Oh man, this is going to sound this is going to make a weird analogy, but I think it applies. At the end of the day, they're putting us on child support.
Yeah.
They're making us responsible for someone else's child. I mean, they're that's what they're doing.
Wait, hold on, watch this.
Yeah.
They're the child.
Well, yeah. That's the point. That's the point I'm making. The community itself as a whole is the child. And what they're trying to do is the elders inside of it are trying to make us responsible for taking care of them when they should have. Yeah. So, and you know what I'm saying? We're the fathers and the community is the child, but we didn't make that child. You know what I'm saying? So, and they're trying to hold us accountable, and we're not having it.
Hold us accountable for something we couldn't control.
Not just something we couldn't control, but something we didn't make. You know what I'm saying? I mean, before we even get to the control part, see, I have daughters. I made those. I'm responsible for them. Somebody across the street who has a daughter, I'm not responsible for that one.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So it's not even about control yet. I didn't make that. If I didn't make it, you're not going to put me on the hook for it.
Right.
And that's what they're trying to do. And as time goes by, they get more and more desperate because more and more of us are waking up, more and more of us are walking away, more and more of us are realizing that we're not the problem, you are. and they're freaking out. They're panicking like all hell. They starting to realize that pussy's not having the effect on us like it used to.
Yep.
Because you know what I'm saying? And you got to understand, this is the main reason why they're freaking out, because that was pretty much the top card they had to play.
Well, I mean, that's let's be real. For the pretty much the entirety of human civilization, that's the only card women needed to play.
Yeah, but I'm talking specifically about the men in that space.
Well, I mean,
The women, like I said, I finally reached that space in myself that I don't get upset with them anymore because it is the nature of who they are. I finally hit that sweet spot. That's why I said I don't talk about them anymore. I talk about the men because now that all the onus is on us. Mm-hmm. Because once that realization comes of who we're dealing with and what they are and accept them for what they are, there's no more blaming them. Every step after that moment is on us. We make the choices now once we come to that conclusion.
Right.
So
the only thing they could do is maintain the environment that was set there by the men.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So I mean, so for me to be arguing about women, people jump on the panel, and I have to immediately bring up to them that, hey man, we don't talk about.
Yeah, you did that the other day.
Channel.
Yeah, you did that the other day. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. You did that the other day.
And it's like, but they. I'm like, there is no they. We're talking about our shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, it has to get around to. Bringing them up only gives them even more power and more excuses. And I'm not trying to do either one of those things. Right. But a lot of people haven't reached that place and they think that they can't reach that place. And I'm like, you can. It's just that a lot of people is just specialized in not recognizing.
Yeah. I get that.
Because I was recently on Fantastic Stream yesterday. And one guy was talking about how the culture made them this way. And I'm thinking, well, I actually said in the comments after I hopped off the stream, like, no, the culture exposed them for what they are. And then at this point, pretty much it's up to us to act accordingly, since now we know who they truly are.
Well,
right. Yeah, but here's what they say when they mean the culture. Like in the 70s, there should have been a mass walk-off from men away from these counterparts, the way that we have to do now. But see, everybody had that one big happy black family fallacy bullshit like going on inside their head where they was going to get the old crew back together. And it's like, dude, you're not bringing back Satan and the fucking God of the Old Testament. You're not bringing them two back together. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, hold on. Here it is. Here's the phrase. There is no reconciliation to be had. It's just that simple.
And the thing is too, to what Lawrence is talking about there's no more to talk about with them because you've accepted what they are. You also have to understand that the bitch ass nigga, you got to excommunicate them because they're not willing to excommunicate the bitch from in them.
Yeah, they're not. Yep.
Yeah, well, like I said, bitches with dicks.
Yeah,
that's all they are. They're bitches with dicks.
Yeah.
But the point I was trying to make when I brought this up was the aspect about forgiveness. See, they think, like Eisen said, you can use that phrase over and over again to constantly repeat the same fuckery you started the first time you got it. And like I said, that doesn't become on them. That becomes on us now. Because if they did it the first time and we forgave them, and we watched them and they did it the second time, okay, and I'm being gracious with a second time because there shouldn't be one. But if they did it again the second time and you forgive them and you kept letting them do it, then that's on you. I mean, you can't even get mad at them because now you're just dealing with somebody who that's their nature. And if that's their nature and you understand it, you should know to walk away. That's not on them. That's on you. It's no different than, like I said a minute ago, of looking at all the stuff women do. Doesn't bother me anymore. That's the nature of the beast. Now that I know it's the nature of the beast, okay, cool. All right, so I forgive myself because you know what? Nobody taught me. I didn't know. I know now. So now I'll let me self-correct. That's the way it's supposed to work.
Well, the way it goes is, what they're saying, you hear it a lot in sports. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's been working all this time. Well, I'm going to change what I'm going to do. So,
yeah, exactly. Exactly. And the same thing when it comes like I was saying with the thing with the women aspect, I don't have to forgive women anymore because I have no interest on forgiving something that's part of their nature. It's no different than a lion. There's no need for me to forgive a lion for doing what a lion does when it hunts. That's the nature of the beast. I don't care how much I like that gazelle. The nature of that lion is to hunt it, kill it. So there's nothing to forgive. It's just what they are. Now, where the men are concerned, that's a whole different kind of scenario because that's not the natural order of
Hold on a
things.
second. Sorry about that. What in the world? That was on my end. Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
no, it's okay. It's okay. Because now when it comes to the men, I can't give them that leeway because that is not the natural order of man. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I do see what you're saying. So that means it's on us to not
Right.
even feel as men.
Exactly. So I don't have any desire to wipe women off the face of the planet. I mean, if it happens, I'm not going to cry over it because you know me, let it burn. But when it comes to the men, that's why I've been saying a lot lately. It's on us to self-correct. It's more important for us to get it straight. Now we're going to have probably 3 or 4 different groups. And MOT, you've thought on this longer than I have. So if I get it wrong, correct me, please. But there should be 4 groups. There should be us. There should be boomers and older. There should be bitches with dicks, and then there should be niggers. The niggers are a multifaceted group with pickup artists, game niggers, yada yada yada. But those should be the 4 groups that I think are really what we're dealing with here on a consistent basis. Would that sound right, MOT?
Yeah. I mean, you just have to leave them with, we had Murder Inc. Niggas Incorporated. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Easy.
And
But
see,
here's another thing.
go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that to me, you can simplify it as 2 groups because them boomers, they niggas too.
Yeah.
The bitch niggas are niggas.
No. I agree 100. I agree 100%. The only reason I did subsets is because I MOT, like I said, we talk all the time. Like I got certain groups that I want for me. So, but yeah, they can both go into 2 categories without doubt. I guess I do subsets. Because I can clarify the ones I want to go after specifically, and then the other ones. But bottom line is this:
I got you.
Yeah, you know me. You know, it takes a ninja to kill a ninja. That's all I'm saying. But it's but either way, whether you do it in a subset like I did, or you do it in the 2 groups like you did, one thing cannot be denied: they have to be removed. There's no question to that. And forgiveness is not going to make that happen. It just isn't.
And here's another thing that people are missing, and they're missing it, and they're missing it. If you accept the bitch ass nigga, you have in tune accepted the bitch, because the bitch ass nigga is acting the way he is outside of masculinity because of the power that the bitch gave him. Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's why I told a lot of brothers when I first got here, you ain't got to be like me and cut it off completely. All I'm asking you to do is catch your breath, just take 30 days off.
Yeah.
And I mean, the pushback I got on that was insane. You telling me you can't just go 30 days?
No.
They're gonna say their response is niggas want to fuck.
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
I'm
gonna leave. I can't leave puss on the table.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The pushback I got on it was insane. 30 days. 30 days.
Dude, they can't even last a week.
Look. I got a caffeine addiction and a nicotine addiction, and I've done more than 30 days off both of them simultaneously, just cause. And you're telling me you can't? First of all, it wasn't like you was fucking every day anyway. You know what I'm saying? Every day I have coffee. Every day I have cigar. What? You know what I'm saying? Every single day. So if I can take a 30-day break, you're talking about somebody who probably 9 times out of 10, fucking twice a week? You're telling me you can't miss 8 days?
Hey, you talking about them old lame niggas with no game. See, a nigga like me, I get bitches.
Okay.
That's the special one saying.
Yeah, but yeah, I know. But like I said, there is a and I'm not trying to say that it makes us weak or anything, but there should be a healthy amount of fear for men like us when we come to a realization we're surrounded and to a large degree outnumbered by those type of men.
Yeah,
if we're going to call them that, but I'm just saying that's a serious problem.
Not necessarily. It only means that you don't have to worry about collateral damage.
But you're talking about working with somebody who can't even be disciplined for 30 days?
Hey,
Yes.
no, you
And I
can't.
thank them for their honesty. I mean,
Yeah.
I thank them for their honesty. I mean, it's like, look, if somebody intentionally goes after a job that they don't want to actually perform, you got to thank them for their honesty when they say they're not cut out for this. Now, now the next step is making sure that they further don't be anywhere near their job. I mean, it's just that a lot of people keep thinking that this upfront honesty is something that's not good. It is good.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
if they
look,
would have asked these people back in the 70s, okay, we're going to step away from this particular type of substance. And if you can't step away from it for a certain period of time until we fix this, let us know now. And yeah, so it's like it's not a bad idea.
no, I don't disagree with that. I mean, the honesty up front is definitely great. I don't disagree with that
Oh man, it
in
is,
any
man,
capacity.
it is refreshing.
What?
Oh man.
Yeah, the honesty is always good. What I'm saying is that to come to the realization that there's so many of them who can't do it. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh man, yeah,
It's
I
won't.
noticed that all along. And here's
Yeah.
the thing. Here's the thing with there being so many of them, it makes it easier to apply that nigga thought bomb to him to get rid of them all.
Oh, true. Yeah.
All in one place, and you just drop it right on them.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely, no question to it. It's just like I said. It's a little off-putting to realize that out of 10, you got 9 who just can't make it happen on something so damn simple. I appreciate the honesty, but it's still disconcerting.
10, man.
Well, I just threw a number out there.
I was about to say, let's go 999 out of 1,000.
No. I just threw a number out there. I didn't.
I know it.
But I'm just saying it's fascinating. It's just fascinating to watch. And like I said, I might give a little leeway to young bucks, 18, 19. They haven't lived long enough to kind of like figure it out per se, to understand that level of discipline. But it's like I said, it's not a bad thing. It's good. We can identify them. But I'm just saying, it's just disconcerting to realize that men have sold themselves out so cheaply. So I don't know. It's weird.
And not only that, because of the culture, it's unrealistic to expect someone, 18 to get a hold of their biology
Right, absolutely.
at that time because of the culture. And another thing I think about is, how emotional these dudes get whenever you say that there's a problem with the culture.
Yeah. Because the emotional thing is that's weird too. Because like I said, even for us, we get emotional at times, and I get that. There's nothing wrong with that. We're human beings, but the difference between us and them is that they're emotional all the damn time.
Oh yeah.
I mean, all the damn time. It doesn't make a difference what you talk about.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just want to talk about, what do you want what do you want to eat for dinner? Yo, man, I want to have a burger. Yeah, well, I want to have chicken. Yeah, I don't feel like. Yeah, really, for real, man. What's wrong? What's your problem with chicken? I'm like, dude, it's not all that, man. I just don't feel like chicken. I mean, they're emotional about everything.
Yeah. I can't think of anything best to see to suggest that to see how emotional these niggas are. That when Jessica X had a so-called pimp crying on the motherfucking panel. That shit. Oh my gosh, when Zero played that shit.
Is that who they were talking about?
Yeah. Oh, that shit was.
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about comedy gold. That shit was awesome, man.
Well, something had popped up talking about somebody making a grown or old ass man cry or something like that. And I didn't bother to check it out. I didn't know that was her.
Oh yeah, and it's like MOT said. It's like Jessica goes in there. She looks at these niggas like, I wonder what this button does.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, this shit was so hilarious. I tried to go look at this stream, I couldn't even get through it all the way. to even get to where Zero played this shit on his.
Wow.
When he played it, that shit was so hilarious. Ah, damn, boy. Oh,
Wow.
man.
I like I said, I didn't know who they were talking about, and I didn't bother to listen to it. I had no idea that was Jessica.
And then when you had a grown ass nigga talking about trying to tell her that she ought to apologize to this nigga.
Apologize for what?
Hurting the nigga feelings.
Are you serious?
I swear.
Yes.
There were people telling her to. Oh wow.
Mm-hmm. Sure was.
Wow. He should be apologizing for her for coming up there acting like that.
When he was mad because
the hell did she say to him?
Hey, when he was mad, she called him what's she called?
A cokehead, a crackhead.
Yeah, cokehead, crackhead.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Damn. Okay.
Hey, when she was, and whatever he was like, whenever his response was the same one that Unicorn Keisha had to somebody in this space about his sole provider, not calming his chat down because he didn't come to her defense.
Wow.
What?
Oh yeah. Said she was mad because he didn't cape for her, which he's not. Why should he?
Bitch, you're married. What the fuck? All right,
right.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
Exactly.
I'm
hey, it's over. I was like, okay, yeah, you can come with shots. Okay, it is what it is. Like he should have been. Like, okay. Yeah.
I'm good.
He got so mad, he got so mad because nobody said y'all didn't come at the bitch for talking about me like this. Y'all nobody checked the bitch.
Yeah.
Cooter was trying to do some corner man shit. Like, hey man, you lost the round. All right. No. Hey. Put the gear back on before you go back out there. You're gonna make us look bad.
I don't know, man.
Hold on, hey, Jay Wolf. I ask you delete that comment because we only refer to her, to this individual as Unicorn Keisha. Thank you, Jay Wolf. Please delete that. We only refer to him as Unicorn Keisha. They all the same.
Yeah, I can't delete it.
He got it. He got it.
Oh, okay, cool.
He
All right.
it.
Thanks, Jay. Appreciate it. But yeah, because people start getting foolish, man, when they see their names or hear their names.
And my thing is, hey, I wouldn't care.
I know you don't.
Because
but it don't matter. But why even bring it? That's the point.
Yeah. But you're correct. But the thing is, I couldn't care because I wouldn't know if she did anything on me. I doubt I'm important enough. But even if I was, I still wouldn't respond. So
yeah. But back to the point. That's why, like I said, I think forgiveness to yourself is important first, because once you do that, I think you can look a little more clearly at all the stuff we've been talking about for the last 15, 20 minutes. Because like I said, there's as a lot of us as men are compromised as hell. Oh, and it's not just and it's not just about the pussy. It isn't. It's the biggest part of the pie for sure. But we're compromised on everything. We're compromised from that. We're compromised to growing up in a single household, predominantly mothers. We're compromised by not having fathers around to teach us how to be proper men, if they even knew themselves, because they came from pretty much the same situation, because it's repeated over and over. We're compromised on how we move and react through society. We're compromised on how to just interact with each other, just as base men. You know what I mean? So, learning to forgive yourself and learning to take that moment to step back, reflect on yourself, be introspective. Everything we've talked about in your series, the last 4 or 5 weeks on foundation testing, everything you've done in the last month and a half is literally giving the tools to get men to a place where they can be more effective, if not necessarily for society, at least for themselves. Because in order to change anything, it has to start with self. So, that's just my interpretation on it. So,
and the problem is, along with changing self, that a lot of people don't understand that if you don't change, they're still your reflection. You're just a weaker version than they are.
Yep, that's correct. That is absolutely correct. That is absolutely correct. Because that change has to be all encompassing. It has to be. It can't just be. Like with me not dealing with women. That is not the end all be all of the changes I made. It goes so much beyond that. That just seems to be the focal point, because that's what pretty much any dude I'm around wants to talk about is ass. But it's more than that. It's changing your interaction. It's changing your internal mechanisms on how you deal with situations. It's changing your internal aspect on how you think about not just what the situation you're in, but you also start reevaluating yourself personally on how you react, deal with it, course correct, self-correct, whatever you want to call it. And that's something severely lacking among us. It just is.
Yeah. I mean, but it's on purpose, because a lot of people haven't tried living without that shit, like you said. That's why I made a point in my life to start off without this shit mattering, period. That's why I made the start. Create an entire world where this bitch's opinion don't matter, where dumb niggas' opinions don't matter. Why don't I create that world first, and why don't I compare that with what the fuck I've grown up with and what I've always have seen throughout my life?
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
And once I found the answer, that I fucking did it right, and that means all the other generations have done it wrong, I was sold. I didn't need their opinion, because I've already lived without their opinion mattering.
Right.
I've already lived without sexual compromise, and I got the pussy without it fucking destroying me or me having to bow down to it by overseas relationships. Did I come back to the United States and try to take that additional information and try this shit on these fucking people? Fuck no.
No. You couldn't if you wanted to. Yeah. Because like for myself, it's interesting, because what I'm finding is that the more the process goes on in my head and inside myself internally, I thought I was going to become something new, something different. But what I'm finding out, and then this is just my personal journey, what I'm finding out is I'm not doing that. I'm going the opposite direction. I'm resetting to how I was originally before I even got involved with any of that. Where I didn't care about pussy. I didn't care about having a girlfriend. I didn't care about having people around me, whether they were my friends or not my friends. I enjoyed my personal space all alone.
Yeah, I did.
And I find myself, like I said, instead of changing into something new, I find myself regressing back to the original place I was. Because, like I said, for me, pussy, it just wasn't on my thing to do. I didn't lose my virginity till I was 19, because I just didn't care about it, and I only did it because people kept nagging me. So I just did it. I couldn't even tell you who it was with. I don't remember.
And that's
that's how unimportant it was to me. I honestly, to this day, could not tell you who was the girl I was with. I couldn't tell you.
And Lawrence, it's very interesting right there, because we see that most of these old fuck niggas, they get their Sir Charles Jones syndrome. That is anybody lonely syndrome.
Yeah.
You got to have the broad there to cure that disease.
Yeah. And I dare say that's probably why I've always had the issues I had with women, because for them, they couldn't understand or accept the fact that I'm more than capable of not having it. So now it's just a challenge for them to break me.
Yeah.
It's like having a gay friend trying to convince them to have sex with you, that kind of thing.
Yeah. or else it's just like other people to try to bait you into. Ooh, I bet you won't do that. Like, no, I don't need to know what it is, and I don't need to fucking go after the shit either.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
I know it. I know how I have you acting. So why the fuck would I want to have something that have you acting a goddamn fool?
right.
And they have no comeback to that.
Mm.
No, I also have in my case the age group because they're still all about pussy right now. Like their first go to is like, where your bitches at, or where's your girlfriend at? Like the fact that you just determine your manhood based on how many women you're with or how many women you fuck already makes you compromised.
And it's stupid because if I'm meeting men, okay, take today for example. When right before the stream started, we had like 60 seconds. MOT, the first thing I greeted you with was how was work, or are you still on vacation?
Yeah.
Correct? Eisen, the first thing I met you with was shalom, right?
Yep.
In what reality as men should the first moment we greet each other be asking each other, where's our pussy? The fuck is that about?
No, I mean, it's not that. It's just actually your pathetic attempt to have it under control. What is your progress? That's actually the real question that they're asking.
That's fair. That's fair. That is fair.
Yeah.
That's really what they ask at the end of the day. That and how to get and how to take it.
Go ahead, MOT.
Where's your new placebo that you're trying to attempt to get this shit back under control? That you currently are trying. Let's compare notes. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And I was gonna say, my question was, what else do you expect from niggas that have submitted to their inner bitch?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. That is correct. That is correct. Cannot deny that. Cannot deny that at all. Wish I could, but I can't. What do you do? I wrote a song about it. Like to hear it. Here it goes. Yeah, it's yeah, and again, it's not going to change. But the best thing that's possible is just like you guys do, call it out when you see it, challenge it when you see it, and the next phase, I guess, after that is break away from it and go build your own, and police it properly to not let them in. That's all. I mean that's really it in a nutshell.
You have to be as okay with leaving their ass behind as okay as they are. Keep acting like that. You have to be as okay.
Yeah. And like I said, this is no longer about complaining about women and what they do. It has nothing to do with that. This is about us as men and the choices we make. And at the end of the day, everything being what it is, you have to make a decision. What's more important? And truth be told, it should be summed up as simple as this. Captain Blackman, a gentleman I watch, he has a T-shirt, and it's as simple as it gets. It's as simple as this: purpose over pleasure.
Yeah. Sorry.
Period. That's it in a nutshell. Purpose over pleasure. That's it. So, but
and the problem is, you can't. A lot of people want to break that shit, and it's just that you gotta not fight them within their environment. You just have to create your environment and leave them the fuck alone. You ain't gotta fucking show off the shit that you done solve without their ass. You ain't gotta do that.
Yeah. And that's like I said, that's how it's got to be, and that's why, and I've said this many times before. You got to separate. You got to separate. It is, it's funny because it's if you think about all those interviews and those sermons and those meetings and conferences that Malcolm X did when he talked about separate but equal. When it came to black people and white people, that's the same mentality you have to apply within the group.
Right.
You have to do the same thing. You have to separate yourself from the niggas and the bitches and everybody else, and separate but equal. You are equally capable of running your shit to the ground, while I am equally capable of building something more productive. That's how it's got to be done.
And to that point you're making, the other thing is too, Malcolm was right because of the simple fact that what he was trying to state is that Jesus was telling to a bunch of the people, the mindless sheep, that why am I going to explain anything in any further detail? Doing so for you is like trying to feed a baby meat. Your, your system isn't even ready to. I mean, you can barely digest milk. Why am I going to feed you meat? So integrating these people that aren't ready to be integrated was the most damaging thing that could be done.
Right, but that goes back to what I said before. That's on us. That's on us internally because we didn't vet properly. We didn't set policies. We didn't set standards. We didn't set procedures. The whole 9 yards.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what you got. And the funny thing is, when you do that, you got to do a broad spectrum. It's like with me, for instance, with the shelter thing. As I draft up what's required, there will be a moment where I will call certain people all in to review it because I want to see it from different angles. I want to see it from a Gen X. I want to see it from a boomer's perspective. I want to see it from a millennial, a Gen Z, a Gen Y, etc., and so on. And not only that, but different backgrounds. What someone sees it as a homeless person would not be how it's interpreted by somebody who owns a business. Somebody who owns a business will not be the same as somebody who's just simply blue collar. Somebody who's in the inner city won't see it the same way as someone in the suburbs. That's why that's the whole point of us as men and being on level, so we can come together to do stuff like that. That's how we create solutions to problems. I might have babbled that a little bit.
No, not really, man. It's just that people have taken the comfort of niggas over solution to niggas, and that's the fucking problem.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah. I like that.
Wow,
that was good. That was really good.
I could have put that one any better.
yeah, that was really good. That was very good. I like that. That should be a T-shirt, bro. Seriously, that should be a T-shirt. But like I said, that's all we can do now. I mean, really, call them out for their fuckery, and go build our own. Right. And again, I'm not saying anything new I haven't said before. So.
And that was one of the reasons why, one of many reasons why I created this channel, to help these younger dudes, because these old niggas are finished. They're
highly finished.
Yeah, they're highly finished. And there was another reason for my stream yesterday, because as MOT was pointing out, in the chat, but the rule of two is so that the younger are supposed to overtake the older. You're supposed to train them and teach them in a way that they can actually be better than you. But as MOT pointed out, the whole point of their fuckery is so it doesn't happen. They don't want that at all.
Yeah.
But that's why I wanted to create this. That way, to tell these younger people, hey, look, yes, you're supposed to be better. You are supposed to be better. And it's up to us to teach you and give you all the tools. That way you can be. Now, if you're not, and I've given you the tools, that's on you.
Right. Because
you got to find a way to corral them all in one area after all the reasonable talk has been done. Mm-hmm. That's the whole point of this, is to push them all and barricade them into one side of the fucking argument, so that way it can be one B-52 run and this shit's over with.
It's funny because looking at it from that perspective, which is tactical for sure. Yes. I was thinking something a bit more strategic. I was thinking something more along the lines of a cascade effect. Because once we properly segregate bitch ass niggas and game niggas and all the rest of them, once they're isolated from us and they have nothing to work with anymore, the cascade effect will kick in and of itself, because the women will start to realize these motherfuckers ain't got shit except a lot of mouth and a lot of talk. Because again, everything that exists and everything that quote unquote the community exists off only stands because we exist. And for those men who haven't pulled themselves, those men like us who haven't pulled themselves out yet, that's what they're existing off of. None of this communitized stuff could exist without us. It's just that's just fact. And because none of them are being productive except us.
Yeah. And to MOT's point about that strategic way to do it.
Oh, the tactical way?
Yeah, the tactical way of doing it is that also, too, which many of these the daughter niggas are done, the mama niggas are done. Because of the simple fact, they don't want them over there too. Because here's the simple fact: you have to have enough of them women over there too, to when you release this nigga thought bomb that they see, oh damn, they taking out any and everybody that is against it.
Because you and Sigma had me cracking up last night because I was listening and you were talking about daughter niggas.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, well, I don't know what to say about him. And the next thing I heard was like, except Lawrence. Lawrence is the only one. I was like,
compromised daughter niggas.
Yeah. Compromised mama niggas.
What it is in my mind, it goes back to what I had said last night when you invited me on the panel afterwards. Mm-hmm. Look, at the end of the day, if a father can't put his daughters in check, or he can't cut them off and teach them consequences, the only thing that's happened is that the daughters have turned their fathers into simps for them. That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all it is, and there's nothing else you can call it. There's nothing else you can call it. They turn their fathers into simps and beta males.
And just like for the same thing for these mama niggas.
Exactly.
Here's the thing. The first woman that is going to compromise the dude is his mama.
Yep.
She's the first one. So as a boy, if you can't put your mama in check and to let her know exactly where it stands, you compromise too.
Yeah. And don't forget, it's a trinity, because your mama compromises you first, your grandma compromises you second, and your sister compromises you third.
Oh, and aunties and all that.
They come all after that, or they can all be grouped in with the sister for the third tier. But bottom line is that there's a tier system to this. Mama is the first one, like you said. Mama indoctrinates you, grandma solidifies it, and your sister, aunts, and all the rest of them in that third tier shows you how to implement it.
I would put them aunts in a tier with either mama or granny, just because of this simple fact right here. Yeah. They're gonna try and pull that gray hair rank shit. You know,
I don't disagree. It just depends on which aunt we're talking about. Because if you're talking about great aunts, then they fall into that gray hair shit. And then you got the aunts who are younger than your mother, so they kind of like a little closer in your age. So they're gonna play you kind of like your sister.
They still gonna try and pull that gray hair rank shit. I'm your aunt.
Probably. Yeah.
They still gonna try and pull that bullshit.
Fair enough. I mean, I look. Either way, wherever they fall, man, it's a bad day for a man. That's either way. So I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
But I think
Black Curls, yeah.
Yeah, so I was talking about this with Young Swift after a stream I was on. It's particular to the mama niggas. And I'm thinking like the selfishness of the mom on the mama niggas part. Because they're willing to use their sons to sacrifice their sons for their survival. I'm like, they talk about legacy. Isn't your son a part of the legacy? That's your child. What was the point of having him?
No.
Well, the first one.
They don't care.
No, I know.
Here's the first
I know
mistake.
they don't believe in that. Like, they'll sacrifice their children and all that stuff. I'm like, they are so selfish on their part.
Mama
niggas don't see that.
Well, here's the first mistake. They need to understand the proper use of words, because that's not legacy, that's lineage. Those are two different things.
Yes,
I know. I'm just saying that's the bullshit they like to pull.
Yeah. Now here's the thing. There is no question. Kissing your son on the lips as a child, not a good idea. Taking pictures with you dressed up and your ass hanging out and him standing all over you, talking about here's my boo. All they're doing is they're turning their sons into the men they could never keep.
Yes.
That's all they're doing, and they're replacing them because now they get to because see here's two things you have to understand. All right, the first thing is this: women don't want a man. Women want to build a man.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's something every man needs to come to an understanding of. They can talk about they want a man this, they want a man. It's not true. Women don't want a man. They want to build a man. They feel
They
that
want
they
control first.
control
Then
first.
they want to start building.
Exactly. Because they believe that they have every right and authority to make you compromise to be something they want, but they have no responsibility to do the same in return.
Hey, but watch this. Watch this one too. Here goes to the lack of foresight on the woman, on the mama, because she sets him up to be like that. But now, when the other bitch come into the picture that they gonna acquiesce to, she ain't got their husband's son no more.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. but that's the situation. Now, oh, I forgot what my second thought was. It was something about the stream you did with Sigma last night. I can't remember it off the top of my head. Just go ahead. If it comes back, I'll bring it back up. But that's a key thing that men need to understand. Women do not want a man; they want to build one. You have to come to that understanding. You have to. And like I said,
compromise. It's always after compromise, complete compromise.
Yeah, because I mean, there's something to be said that before you did your first stream today, Eisen, I was listening to another content creator who was showing a video of a woman teaching other women how to use nicotine patches on their men while they're sleeping.
To do what? Check
this out. Check this out. You're gonna love this one. When your man comes over to visit you and he stays the night while he's sleeping, put nicotine patches on him. And then before he wakes up, make sure you pull them off. That way, after a certain point in time, every time he leaves your house, he'll be feeling like he's going through withdrawal. He'll make the assumption that the withdrawal is that he misses you and he'll want to be more and more with you.
Wow.
I'm dead ass serious.
Wow.
I'm not. I'll put the link into it if you want me to.
Yeah. Put it in.
Yes, drop the link.
It was MTR. He put it up 6 days ago.
Wow.
And he didn't make it up. He actually played the clip of it, and there was a couple of other clips in there too. But that was the first one he did.
Holy shit!
And I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Dang.
All right, there it is. I put it in the chat. It's there. And that goes back to what I said before. If you had caught me a year ago, I would have been through the roof on that. But now I sit here and I'm like, yeah, well, that's what they do.
Yeah, well, I don't care. Yeah.
You know, it's not that I don't care. It's just that I accept it for what it is. This is what they do.
I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, if they have to boost their credibility and their viability, I fully expect for them to go to whatever means that they're going to go through to get that done.
Oh, Ray,
it's not working.
Ray Hamler said he saw the video. Yeah. So you know what I'm talking about. That was
that link isn't working.
It's not.
I tried.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me open it up.
Wow, that's
Let me see.
Yeah.
Dang.
No, it took me there.
You did? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I got a thumbnail of him and the girl on the right, and it says Evil Incarnate.
It's not taking me, huh?
All right, hold on. Let me try it a different way. See if that might. All right, and all right, I'm gonna try and put it in again. Let me know what happens.
Okay.
But it goes. But the point is, I just put it in again. The point is that it goes so much deeper than that, because what you're saying here is that you have literally taken a man and made him an addict. You know what I'm saying? You had taken a man and made him an addict. Now think about this. If that dude doesn't smoke at all, because you can say whatever you want, but crack, nicotine, sugar, and caffeine are considered addictive substances. There's no question to it. That's why nicotine is a controlled substance. You can't just buy that shit willy nilly.
Right.
I mean, a quarter of a teaspoon will kill a full grown horse.
Dang.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, real is real kept. So this woman just sat here, admitted what she's doing, and teaching other women on how to turn men into addicts. Even if it's just nicotine, it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah.
Now, under any other circumstances, that would be jail time. Now you let a man sit there and reverse the genders and let that be a man saying that and watch what.
Oh hell no! Dude,
oh man,
women's groups and all the while will be after this.
He gonna get buried under the jail.
Exactly. And I'm sorry, Black Curls, were you saying something?
Yeah, I saw another crazy video. Like one of the young dudes I talked to showed me. It was a woman who was giving women a solution on men who kick them out of the house and they have their stuff in the house. They would batter themselves up on purpose, tear their clothes up, and call the police for a DV case to falsely accuse the man.
Oh my dude, I got videos with a chick who ran out of her house. This was in Saudi Arabia. Ran out of the house, luxury building. Ran out of the house, got on the elevator, started beating the shit out of herself, then ran out of the elevator screaming. And if it wasn't for the video on that elevator, that dude was going to go to jail.
That woman probably got in no trouble for doing that shit.
She got nothing. No trouble whatsoever. Then you got another woman who was going through a divorce. She actually, like an idiot, sat in the bedroom, apparently forgot that the house is wired for security when the guy was living there after she had him removed, literally showing herself on the bed, beating the holy crap out of herself. And then going to the police and saying he broke into the house. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Don't be mad at him. Just don't deal with them. You like I said, we know who they are. We know what they do. We know how they work the system, and we understand this is the nature of the beast. If you understand that's the nature of the beast and you still want to go lie with it, that's on you.
Yeah. And
you got to be smarter. That's all there is.
And the other thing is, sadly for the cases too, that you want to do the best you can by not having to deal with them, but sadly there is a point to where, as Melody Street proved, that ain't 100%. I mean, when you got it legal, it's legally able for a woman, along with working with the system, to put down a dude's name for child support.
Yeah,
she ain't never even met, and them be on the hook for it. My gosh.
Yeah.
It happened to somebody in my unit when I was in a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because you have like these pregnant women who get sympathy out of these dudes who they don't have sex with and just have them around. Yeah, that's the way the shit was. And she motherfucker wrote the dude's name down, even though it clearly went over to another installation and he didn't want to stick around. Yeah, that's what happened.
Yep. And the same thing applies to me. I've had that conversation before. My youngest daughter from my first marriage, there's still a question. There's still a question on parentage because she was out there like that.
Yeah.
But it's that situation. I've known the child since day one. So at the end of the day, she's still my daughter. I mean, even if we take a test and it shows that she's not, she's still my daughter. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you're talking about somebody who's she's coming up on her 30s now. So it's kind of late to say she's not. You know what I mean? But the thing that makes it so fascinating is that the way the system is set up and the implications of it. I know in the vast majority of states, you only have 1 year to
if they even give you that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a certain number of them. There's some states that don't give you at all, but you have 1 year to challenge the paternity, right? But the interesting part is that how do you challenge the paternity when the woman waits until the child's 5 or 6?
Oof.
You see what I'm saying? To go for divorce, or
this is why everybody should test and everybody should check, and everybody should have proof, and everybody should have 3 or 4 tests and check, so that way, people know what they're dealing with.
And that's true. And there have been bills that have been attempted to be passed in Congress for over a decade, And of course, the women's movement shoots it down every single time, because there's always two bills that are trying to be pushed through. The first one is about automatic DNA testing for a woman who's pregnant and the supposed father. The other thing is they always shoot that down. The other thing they always shoot down is the selective service thing for women.
I don't care about that. I mean, selective service. I mean,
no,
there's enough people going in under poverty-ridden circumstances, just like I did, to get the fuck out of that shit. And sometimes that is the only option. And I don't want women escaping that type of poverty. I want them trapped within that type of poverty.
Absolutely. I agree. I agree. Yes, I agree. And that's
you will not escape this.
Right. I agree, and that's why I always say the same thing: let it burn.
This is why I'm also against Lawrence. This is why I'm also against correcting the child support system and everything else. We need to see who still wants to try to fuck with this goddamn thing under these circumstances, and there is no other way you're going to find out until you don't remove the consequences of fucking with this thing.
Well, here's the problem with that. And I don't disagree with you. I don't. But here's the problem with that. As time has gone on, there apparently seems to be far more innocent men getting caught than the actual fuckery people we're trying to get. And that becomes a problem. Because once you do that, you put those men in a place mentally that they'll start picking up the same habits of the other ones, because their theory is then what the fuck should I care? Right. Why should I even try? And they start emulating the people that they didn't before, and we lose another one. And that's the only negative to it.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Oh, my bad.
No, I see your point. Good point.
And I'll say the other thing too about trying to get these laws changed too is the simple fact you got so many bitch ass niggas who the whole aspect of it is, well, why should you care? Because that shit can happen to anybody who ain't even guilty or nothing. That's the simple fact of why you should care. But they, like I said, they can't exercise that in a bitch to even see that.
Right. Now going to what MOT was saying, if we kept that system in place to do exactly what MOT is talking about, which is a good idea. I don't take that away. It's just that unfortunately innocents get caught in it. But if we do keep that system in play, there needs to be a tweak to it. And it's a simple tweak. That woman needs to give an itemized list to what that money went to.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
They keep shooting that down every chance they get.
And I was part of somebody's
and no imperator, women do not have to pay the money back. I'm sorry, MOT. No, the women never have to pay the money back.
Yeah, I mean, when I was a part of the group called like the Black Guy Who Tips, when I used to watch his podcast before his shit turned into a whole woman celebratory and a baby mama complaint session on decent men who wouldn't fucking accept single mothers. That's when I knew in those groups bringing up the itemized list, women lost their fucking shit over. They didn't want to be checked, and all the excuses I have down. What's their responsibility? It's their child. I'm like, listen, if you walked out from the actual protection, you don't get to reap the rewards of protection when it's convenient for you.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And what people fail to understand is that it's not just about child support. It's not, because not only do they take money from your check, but you got to take in consideration there are other things they throw on top of you. If daycare is in there, you have to pay for daycare. That's in addition to the child support. You have to put the child on a health plan. If you have health insurance, you have to put them on and pay for that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So you went from paying as a single individual to now paying for a family, which you don't even have the family because she keeps the child.
Yeah.
And
invest in the child.
Right. Exactly. And we're not even going to talk about visitation. That's a whole different beast in and of itself. But the fact of the matter is, and I've said this myself sitting in front of judges on many occasions, I know you're going to make that call and that judgment on me, because there's nothing I'm going to say that's going to change your mind, because you're in this system yourself that you are compromised. And they're like, how? Well, excuse me? I said, look, this is the system. I understand the system. Don't think all of us who come in here are fools. I know for every dollar you collect from me, the federal government gives back to you in the state too.
Yeah, correct.
So just the very fact you're getting paid to ensure you can get money out of me makes you compromised. And I have every right to ask for another judge. The only reason I don't is because they're only going to send me to another family court judge. And it's not going to do anything because family court is set up that it's allowed to work outside the parameters of constitutional law, period.
Yeah. And and to the point that Wagner was making in the chat, you know, I mean, it should be it should definitely be some reform done, because the simple fact that a dude ends up fighting it for 10 years, and you can sit up here and take all kind of DNA tests that prove that you are 0% the daddy, and you got to fight it for 10 years while they steadily taking from your doggone money.
Yeah,
it's some bullshit.
Let me tell you the absolute hubris of this. When you can literally sit and watch an assistant DA in New York in a courtroom filled with women on camera teach women how to game the system to get restraining orders to beef up their divorce and child support aspect, and not have repercussions, dude, this is done.
Yeah, it's done.
She literally sat there and told them ways on how to lie and run the system, and got no repercussions. Filmed it like it wasn't nothing. Looked dead in the camera.
Here's the thing, Lawrence. This culture, like I said, is showing them for what they truly are. And then they want to get pissed off because I think Savage Red made a video about the mandatory paternity test. The complaint is like, oh, there's a distrust in women. Like, how dare you not trust women? But then when you
I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember that.
If you think about it, do women trust men? Like, can you strongly say women trust men?
Trust? They don't even care about me.
Well, because I was gonna say they don't have to worry about trust because it's irrelevant to their scheme.
So exactly, so they don't trust us, but they expect us to trust them.
You misunderstand me. You misunderstand me. It's not a question of they don't trust us; they don't care about it. They don't need to trust us. They just need to manipulate us into what they need. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. That's got nothing to do with trust.
Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah, and that's more what it's about. It's not about that they expect us to trust them. It's more like, wait, how come you aren't buying into the bullshit? You're supposed to be buying into it.
Right. That's what it's about. Yeah, they don't need to trust us. They need to know. They just need to know how malleable we are to manipulate. That's all they need. Trust is irrelevant to them. I mean, the fact that it's irrelevant only shows you how many of them are with one dude getting everything paid, but out there getting her back blown out by another. They don't care about trust. It's irrelevant. I mean, they'll throw it in our face, but they only use it as a gaslighting technique. You don't trust me? I don't see why you don't trust me. I've been with you. It's a gaslighting technique. It's got nothing to do with being real. It's to get you to constantly question yourself, which they become pretty damn experts at it. I mean, between that, narcissistic tendencies, the laws being on their side, I mean, we've created a perfect monster, man. It's just that simple. I mean, Victor Frankenstein would be proud.
I mean, a perfect monster you can easily dodge. You can go to another city.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to go to Raccoon City. You don't have to go to that shit.
Right.
You don't have to go. You don't have to go.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, you got nemesis in your backyard.
Man, for real.
Exactly.
Or if not, under your own roof.
Right.
I'm like, listen, man, Nemesis is galloping around the city like a Cape Buffalo in a fucking football game. Listen, you want to be in that stadium and fuck with something like that? All right, man.
and that goes back to what I said. This is why you can't blame women anymore.
Right.
This is on us as individual men and even as groups of men, that at the end of the day, you see what's going on. If you decide you want to play that game, then you're going to have to take the consequences of it. Because, it's just what it is. Now, for those who were in it already and coming out of it now, that's a whole different kind of beast. But what's going on right here, right now, at this moment, and you decide tomorrow morning you're going to be part of it, that's on you. That's on you. Yeah. You cannot put that on a woman. You cannot. Because you know what they're doing. And like I said, when the beast looks at you in your face and tells you from top to bottom what you are to them and how much you matter, or for lack of a better term, don't matter, they've told you everything you need to know. Look, 6 figures. That means they told you they want you for your money. 6 feet tall. That means that they're telling you they want to feel protected, even though they haven't earned that protection. They want you to have a 6-inch dick or better. That means they want you to blow their back out. And if you ain't got it, they're going to go get it from somebody else. They've already told you you're dusty. They already told us that we ain't worth shit. And they specifically call out black men ain't shit.
Lawrence.
So, and they specifically call black men dusty.
Yeah, that's what I said, dusty. And the list goes on and on and on.
I got one better for you.
And I'm sorry, just let me say this real quick.
Go ahead.
And what makes it worse is that not only are they saying it, but women who are married and have no impact on being with you are saying it. I mean, there are women who come up and pass, well, I'm married, yada, yada. Then what the hell are you doing here? You only come here to insult us and degrade us. So with that being said, they've told you everything. They've told you everything you need to know about where they stand with you. Why are you still begging them?
The most important thing that they do in the testimony to the boldness, man, of how these bras got bigger balls than regular dudes here, is this right here. Whenever they plainly say, why in the fuck would you trust a woman? Why would you trust us? Saying to you, hey, we no good.
Well, don't you remember the conversation I told you I had with other women before?
Oh yeah.
Remember?
Oh, yeah.
You know, how many female friends you got? Oh, I got all male friends. Why is that? Well, I don't trust females. Well, if you don't trust each other, why should I trust you? You don't even trust your own kind, but you want me to trust you? You lost your mind. You lost your mind. And that's fact. The vast majority of women have nothing but male friends. And they only have them because they keep them in the friend zone because they keep pocketing money from them or getting resources or whatever. But again, here's the simple fact of the matter. If you don't even trust your own, there's no way in hell you're going to get me to trust you.
Right.
And any man who can't come to that conclusion is a sucker.
And anybody who doesn't call it out is compromised or weak. Yeah.
I mean, you're just a straight ass sucker. And like I said, they've told us everything we need to know. Why are we still begging? There's no point to it.
Oh, there's a point to it.
Well, I mean, yeah, there is a point to it. But what I'm talking about is thinking critical. What I'm talking about is critically thinking men. Sorry, my bad. So, but yeah, so it's like I said. You're screaming and bitching and moaning about them. It's done, man. It's over. It's over. The only it's like anything else in life, man. When that favorite car of yours finally gives up this last gasp and there's no more rebuilding you can do with it, you gotta let it go and start over, man. And that's all I'm talking about. And when you start over, you will turn around and walk away. This is what you do. Don't be Lot's wife and turn around and look back. Just keep going. Mm-hmm. Just keep going, because every time you turn around and look back, all it's going to do is bring up emotions, and you're going to start thinking about memories. And now, should I go back? No. Just keep looking forward, man, and go and be progressive, and keep going forward. That's all you should be doing. That's all you should be doing. And like I said, the shit burns down, let it burn down. It ain't your house. Why are you worried about it?
Right.
Yes. And don't call the fire department. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Now, here's how I feel about the cleanup method. So after you let it burn, it's going to turn to ashes. But then when you see those ashes, you're like, oh, look at all this empty space. You sweep away the ashes, and then you can build from there.
Yes. Like the saying goes, I will build upon the bones of my enemies. That's what you do.
That's how it's supposed to be done.
You have one or two choices. You can raise the earth and salt it, that nothing else will be able to grow there, and cut them off, or kill them and use their bones for foundation to build yours. Those are your only two choices.
Yeah, agree.
Those are your only two choices. And neither one of them is a bad idea. It's just you got to make a choice. but again, my castle, my kingdom, whatever, it will be built upon the bones of my enemies. Nothing wrong with it. Because to be damn sure they're doing it to us.
Right. Agree.
And they do it without. We're talking about it. They don't even have reservations on it. They'll do it without blinking an eye.
Yeah, they don't care whatsoever.
Yeah. There'll be no getting together. Should we? Could we? Would we? No, they would just do it. You know. And I see no reason in giving compassion to anyone who's unwilling to give that same compassion back.
Agree.
You know, so again, like I said, this is not about women anymore. This is about men. This is about choices we make. This is about where we have to go. This is about decisions we have to make. And like I said, nothing in life should ever revolve around the concept of pussy. It just shouldn't. It just shouldn't. Because we're men. We're supposed to be productive. We're supposed to be building. We're supposed to be creating new concepts, new technology, new ways of thinking and philosophy and building societies, not chasing pussy. And then you chase the pussy and the pussy don't want to go to you and you get mad at it like you a little bitch. Now you're emotional. There's no logic in that.
And the irony in that is that when the pussy gets mad when you don't chase them, and they try to gaslight you as if you're not a real man for chasing them.
And that's okay, because here's how that works. Don't worry about it, because the same way they tell us as men we can't tell them how to be women, as women they can't tell us how to be men. So you just ignore them.
Well, they can tell you, but you shouldn't care.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah,
they're gonna tell you.
Yeah.
Look, and every time they try to tell me, I'm like, oh, I can never take a woman seriously who tells me how to be a man. I'm like, are you a man? Like, you must have a dick. And then they shut right up.
No. I mean, but the only thing they're truly doing is they're telling you all the stuff that they're not worth to see if you're dumb enough to give it to them.
Yep. That's exactly what it is. Yep. That's exactly what it is. Like, and that goes back to what I said before. They don't want a man. They want to build a man.
They want that control first, and then they want that control and compromise. They love that. They're comfortable there. And then like all the stuff they really want after them comes after that. This is what people have to understand. And it's like, once you have the understanding and you practice the understanding, you can't be compromised by going back. It's fine. It's fine that you get it. Listen, I expect for them to lie to me about their intentions. Dude, listen, I fully expect that. Look at the results. Of course, people are going to try to make themselves look like they're decent human beings without no way of being able to perceivably prove it. I understand that. I get that up front. And I'm still not going to be compromised by it. Because if you're still around, still a woman for the way that I'm still talking, then you're probably a decent human being. And if you were here and no longer here, then you're probably not a decent human being. But here's the other thing. I don't care either way.
Exactly. and that's, here's what's funny, because I used to do this when I was a kid. It helped me get through a lot of stuff, right? I used to pretend I was a Vulcan. Every opportunity I got. I don't know why over the years I let that go, but that's how you got to come at it. You got to come at it as a Vulcan. And I'm talking about the Mr. Spock version, because nobody's going to be a full Vulcan. But I'm saying you suppress that emotion, and it doesn't have to be forever, just long enough that when you're in the moment, you can think clearly and logically and then make a decision.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? As kooky, sci-fi, corny, nerdy as that sounds, but you can't deny it works. So
they've only survived this long is because of uncritical thinking.
Yep.
Once you bring critical thinking back to the table and value-based judgment back to the table, there's no way they can be able to survive. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Because the people who cannot survive will be the first ones opening their mouths. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you just let them be. Like I said, if they offend you, forgive them, and then walk away. Walk away. Forgive them. Like I said, look, from a scriptural perspective, spiritual, religious, whatever, we have three of the most powerful weapons that can be used at any given time. I'm sorry, I forgive you, and I love you. You got it, and they are weapons. They are tools, and they are weapons. You got to use them effectively, and you got to use them in the right place with the right people at the right times. And I'm telling you, you can alleviate a lot of the nonsense you have around you.
Yeah.
At least from the stuff that you didn't cause anyway.
Right.
Because like you said, MOT, that's the game plan. It's to stop you from being productive.
Yes.
Excuse me. That's
To
all it
one,
is.
to one, have you worried about them more than they're worried about themselves? That's the first thing. And then to stop you from being productive so that way their passive ability to drain things from you become the level of productivity that you respect rather than production. That's all it is.
Yep. That's all it is in a
Yeah.
nutshell.
Yeah.
In a nutshell. But like I
Once
said,
you see that this is the system, you can now start to avoid it. Once you see the people who have consequences and outcomes that you don't want, but you see them freely going through while lying to you like they're past it, you can avoid it. It's not hard.
I think that's our biggest power, honestly, MOT, just avoiding it. Because when you walk away, they can't have control over you. They're busy trying to follow you and get to try to manipulate you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Respect what I've done to the last person. I do. I respect with distance.
Yeah.
I'm out of here. I'm going.
Yeah. And going back to what Black Curl said about walking away, and again, I'm speaking for myself, but it's also a selfish thing.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to deny it, because here's my thought process on it. I have more important things to worry about than you. I have more important things. I have more important and better people to talk to than you. You feel what I'm saying? I don't have that kind of time. And it used to bother me for quite a while. Like I said, I would cut them off, and then I would pick up the guilt off the ground and carry it with me and feel guilty that I did it. I had to learn to get past that. Now it means nothing to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it means absolutely nothing to me. Because again, we can talk about money, we can talk about resources and everything else, but let's all be fair, and I think we'll all agree with this. All of that shit is nothing. Absolutely nothing. It means nothing in comparison to the one true currency, and that is time.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
That is time, because that is the one resource we cannot get back.
Right.
So why would I waste it talking to you, knowing who you are, when I got a young buck over here who says he needs help, and he's showing to me by doing stuff and being productive that he wants? I'm going to him, not you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And even if I didn't have a young buck on the side, it's still my time. I don't have it to waste on you.
Exactly. Time is the most valuable currency that any of us have.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, like I said before, I've got more years behind me than ahead of me. Why would I continue to waste it on something that I've already wasted so much on already?
Right.
And that nonsense about being family and blood and all that don't mean jack. Because when I tell you, look, when Abraham can leave his family, I can leave you too. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah. When Lot, who knew nothing and just went on blind faith, can leave, I can do the same thing. It don't mean nothing to me.
Better people have left far worse circumstances.
Yep.
Yeah. And that thing is, too, is what you were saying. The other thing is, you shouldn't care, because ultimately, in the end, they don't care about you anyways.
Exactly. Because if I'm surrounded by somebody who cannot appreciate the importance of my time, I don't need them. I mean, I just don't. I just don't. And then that's a male, female, family, not family, friends, not friends. That's across the board, man. Right. And that's how everybody should be.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, and now that you guys mentioned time. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Lawrence.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I was like, speaking about time, it just made me think of the Black Mind video I just saw about this man who was dealing with a Miss Independent. It was the first sign. I'm like, okay, you could drop her now, because she would do the opposite of what he would, be proactive, because, protection and guidance, trying to help someone out. She would always do the opposite, and then would always call him to clean up after her. And then one moment he's just driving because she didn't call him when she arrived, and he almost he thought he was gonna get hijacked by something that was too hairy to be a human and was bipedal. So I'm thinking it might be a gorilla or an ape that could have attacked him. But after that, he finally cut the woman off. It's like, you should have cut her off from the beginning, the moment she didn't show any respect for your productivity, because she was just utilizing you every single step of the way.
Right, but here's the thing about that. Even if he did do it right away, it still would have made no difference, because she still would have kept trying to come back, or another female would have came in and tried to replace it. You know how many women have told me that my ex-wife was this, my ex-wife was that, you shouldn't let her be this way, you shouldn't let her do this to you, yada 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 yada, and then they would turn around and do the same thing. And I would ask them, I said, why would I do that? Didn't you just tell me that I shouldn't let my own ex-wife do that to me?
No, like I always notice that they're very hypocritical.
Yeah, and the very first thing is, well, I'm not her. The fuck does that mean? What's that got to do with anything? Wrong is wrong, regardless.
Like, are you a woman like she is?
Yeah.
Exactly. So if you're a woman like she is, the same rules apply to you.
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, that's the nature of the beast. Let me tell you something. They weren't concerned about what my ex-wife did to me. What they're concerned about is being able to move into her position. That's all. That's all it really came down to. They know she's leaving, and now they're trying to figure out how they can move into her position. Because there's no look outside of your father, your brother, your uncles, your grandfather. There is no reason for any woman to be concerned about another man unless it's for resources. Period. Because they have a father, they have brothers, they have uncles, they have grandfathers. Hold on. There is no other purpose for a woman to be interested in another man outside of that circle unless it's for resources. End of story. Because there's no other need for them. And like I said, anybody on the panel, anybody in the chat who can argue against that, I'm more than willing to hear it. But I bet you credits the Navy beans, there's no argument against it. There is no other purpose outside of her immediate family to have or be or interact with another man except for resources. Sucks, but it's true.
Well, I would say now with the apparent culture, there is one other reason why they interact with them. At least two.
That would be.
I guess one. Let's get down to it. The D.
The what?
The D.
Again, resources. You need IC
I see
what
you see now. Yeah, you still.
Yeah.
Well, I would say utility as a better term.
It's still resources.
Yeah,
that's what you're saying. Yeah, it's still lumping it all in. Yeah, I got you.
I have a whole bunch of utility tools in the garage right now. Why do I keep them? Because they're resources to go fix something that I need. Next.
Right, I agree.
All right, good point.
You're right.
I mean, I'm not trying to be ass. I'm not trying.
No, you lumped it all. No, you lumped them all into one category. I got it. no argument.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and again, that's something, and that's something even a young buck can be taught real quick, regardless of his need for regardless of his biological need. He can be taught that right out the gate. You are not her father. You are not her brother. You are not this. You are not that, etc., and so on. The only purpose you have for her is to be a resource. End of story.
Yeah.
Now, you can start that at 16, 17, 18. You ain't got to be in your 30s to have that epiphany. You can start teaching that right here, right now. And once you start getting brothers to understand that's what you are, now we start getting to the nitty gritty of things. Now you start paying attention to your semen retention, because you know you can't just give your shit willy-nilly to any broad that comes by. Now you start to understand what they think of you and how they understand you, at least on that basic level. So you can start moving a little bit more appropriately than being out there being foolish. You see what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
Because if there was any suitable change, they would be battling each other.
Exactly.
And if since that's not happening, then they're all united, whether they're silent or active. And it's just that simple. It's not that hard.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's not. Just like I was talking to somebody and they threw out the scripture thing about when it gets bad, they're gonna fall in line. It's like 7 men. I mean, 7 women for every man, and I'm like, dude, did you really pay attention to the wording of that scripture? And it's like, well, yeah. So look, the scripture says that they will have their own. We come with our own bread and our own this and etc. and so on. We just ask you for your name so we can be above reproach. I'm paraphrasing it, but that's pretty much it in a nutshell, right? And he's like, okay, yeah. I said, so here's the problem. We're already doing that. Women have their own bread. They have jobs. They'll tell you point blank to your face, I make my own money. Okay. And the whole 9 yards. And he's like, well, what about asking for your name? You could see that every day. Women want to be married, but they don't want to be wives. It's a big deal for them to have the whole big, beautiful wedding, to stand out in front of everybody and look perfect and etc. and so on and all that good stuff. But when it's over, they want to go back to being what they were. Like I said, they want the wedding, but they don't want to be a wife. You seeing all that happen now. This is not a later thing. Why do you think there's multiple marriages over and over and over again? That's where you get your 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 women or whatever you want to call it. Now, again, I could be wrong. That's just my interpretation.
And not only that, but to the point you were making too, the other thing is the bride don't want to be alone with herself. So exactly. Why in the hell would you want to be alone with her?
That is correct. That is correct. And I had that conversation with my cousin William when we were talking about my soon-to-be ex-wife. I'm not worried about it, because when the time comes and she's alone and she's sitting in the dark and she sees what I'm doing out here without her, the only thing she can do is sit in there in the dark and ask herself, okay, well, the only thing that's changed from him achieving what he's achieving is that I'm not there. She's got to live with that, not me. And every woman does it. I don't care what they say.
Yeah.
That's why they go out of their way to make sure you don't become something better after they're gone, because they don't want to live. They don't want to live with that guilt and that knowledge.
They don't want to live with regret.
Exactly.
And they don't want to live with a goddamn simp who actually give a shit about them. They don't want to do either one of those things.
Yeah. And that's what it all comes down to. That is the reason why when they separate from you, they do everything in their power to make your life hell, because they cannot live with the concept and the idea that you could do better without them. It cuts too damn deep. Not only does it cut deep, but it makes all the other women in the group start questioning her. Well, you said it's all about you and you can do this and yada yada, but apparently you don't know what you're doing because he's doing better without. They can't live with that. That's why they keep your kids from you, so you can't have a good relationship. That's why if you have a new girlfriend, they start harassing her. That's why if you go build a business and etc. and so on, they try to tear you down or bad talk you to anybody you're working with. Like, dude, it's what they do. Yeah. They can't handle it, because as far as they're concerned, that is the ultimate level of rejection. The fact that you can do it without them is the ultimate level of rejection for them.
Yeah.
And if you got a smile on your face on social media with a woman who looks better than her,
Yep.
Yeah.
But mind you, they don't have a problem getting a dude who looks better than you, putting it in your face, and then show you videos of him taking care of your kids. They ain't got no problem with that.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's why you're dealing with creatures that hey, look, you don't fight them fair. You don't play fair with them, because they're not gonna play fair with you.
Right. Exactly.
You take any cheap shot you can get.
And like I said also before, this is where we as men have to start really, really being honest. You got to give a healthy level of respect to the game, because they are playing it and they are winning. That's one thing, and MOT will agree to this. That's one thing you do not do when you're in combat. You do not underestimate your enemy. You do not.
Damn, winning. These bras have won because these niggas are finished.
Right. Exactly. But again, you don't underestimate them. And how do you not underestimate them? You respect them. You respect them for their ability. And let's be real, they're good. they are good. They got a system in play, man. Now, don't get me wrong. It's eventually going to fall under its own weight, of course. But you got to give respect, man. They got it down to a science.
Yeah.
They got it down to a science, and I don't mean respect in the sense of admiration. I just mean respect that you understand what they are, you accept them for what they are, and you move accordingly.
They've got it down to a science because they got the bitch ass nigga to build it for them.
but again, at the end of the day,
yeah, I'm just saying I respect it. Don't get me wrong.
Look, let me tell you something. It is an awesome system when you can convince people to freely be slaves.
Yes. Yeah.
That is a wicked system, man. You cannot deny it. You gotta respect it.
Yeah, they open the gates of hell, say, hey, come right on in, but folks, hey, lining up, boy, like it's the amusement park.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You gotta have the depth of gratitude to respect a chicken coop who wants to be guarded by the wolf.
Mm-hmm.
Who won't, like, no. This motherfucker gotta be the wolf. Has to be the wolf. Nobody else can do this except for Mr. Wolf.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And the fact that you can convince Mr. Wolf to do it for you without attacking you himself. Come on now. Come on.
Yeah.
And checking for you. I saw what you write, man. What you wrote, man. Yeah, I agree with that. It's just habit, and you're right. I got to break out of that because I don't even like the word, to be honest with you. But yeah, like I said, you got to have a healthy respect for that, man. You got to have, if for no other reason, a healthy respect. Like I said, to keep it in perspective, to make sure you don't get caught up in it.
Well, what I use other than the G word is actually a system of guaranteed consequences regardless of input.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Yep. And like I said before, and MOT has said it, and we have talked about it privately, and we've talked about it on panels. Look, man, if you really think that this shit going to hell is going to change anything, you have lost your damn mind. You are working on a part-time cartoon mind, because they're not going to change. They're not going to change.
Right, they're not.
And there are so many brothers who really, really think that, man. They really do. They really do. They really
think the danger of new information to compromise people.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
New coping mechanisms and so-called beta male strategies.
Mm-hmm. And the funny thing, you can't put it on black men. It's all men. I've seen all men from different backgrounds, different cultures. They really think that when it goes down, women will fall back in submission, blah, 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 blah. It's like, you guys are insane. You guys are insane. You're talking about a creature that has no issue with destroying a society just because she wanted a cup of ice cream and somebody said no.
Yeah.
Look, and they can't even go to other countries. Like, they already enacted these laws and policies, and they're struggling to get it back. They're trying to incentivize traditionality, and it's not working very well for them.
It's not. I mean, look at France making it a law that a man can't get a DNA test on his child unless the mother approved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, they trying to shut every door possible, man.
The only way you can protect it is with new inventory, with no idea of how the system works. And yeah. What you have to do is to bring the consequences back.
and let's keep this in mind too. And I'm not saying it's the only one, but let's look at this. Two countries who have had the most traditional masculinity aspect of a culture and society are the ones getting beat the most. That's Spain and Australia. I mean, in comparison to what we talk about here, Canada, England, everything, nothing compares to what's going on in Spain and Australia. It's insane.
Yeah.
And you can't tell me those are not two traditionally masculine countries. You just can't. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. So, like I said, don't don't interact, and I'll leave that up to what level, or degree each individual man has to make that call for himself.
Right.
And then, like I said, after that, just separate. And like I said, we've had brothers who come in here on this panel, on Agon's panel, and they've done testimony. You know what I'm saying? When I put it to the side, man, and I started focusing on yada yada, I mean, you can see the change in 6 months, and you can see it in less than that, depending on what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, you can change. Think about what we're talking about here. If you want to, regardless of who you are and what you're doing, you can literally change the entirety of your body within 12 weeks. Now think about that for a second. One of the most wonderful machines created, the human body, you can change the entirety of it within 12 weeks.
Wow.
By doing nothing as simple as changing your diet, walking, and doing light exercise. You can change your body in 12 weeks.
Yeah.
3 months. That's a spit in the bucket of a lifetime.
Yeah. I agree.
Your whole body, energy, and mentality changes in 30 days with semen retention. No FAP or whatever they're calling it nowadays. 30 days. I mean, we're talking about you being able to change the entire dynamic of who you are as a human being in 3 months. Give me anything else that you could do like that. And then once you do that in 3 months, you start to realize you're breathing better, you're moving better, your energy's better, your thought process is better. You're being more focused. And now that you got your body and your mind on straight, now you start moving into the productive aspect of what you do with a career. Whether you go to IT school, coding, real estate, whatever it is. So think about what I'm saying. If the average lifespan for a black man is 77, you're talking about only giving 1 year of that to get everything you want. Think about that.
Yep.
Think about that. Now you take 77 and you remove 18 of it because, of course, you got to be an adult to do these things. So that puts you at 50-something years old, 60-something years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
1 year. 1 year. Because there are IT courses I've seen people take in 6 months. So 6 months plus the 3 months to get your body and everything in order. That's 9 months out of 12. You're still ahead of the game. So I mean, just think about that. You're giving up less than 1 year to have the rest of your life in freedom and peace. Come on, man. That's a small price to pay, bro.
Yeah.
For some people.
Yeah, well, yeah. But overall, anybody with any common sense, that's a small ass price to pay.
Realistically speaking, yes, indeed.
Realistically speaking, that's it. You want me to stop smoking for 90 days while I do the exercise? Because generally what happens is while you're doing the exercise, while giving up the nicotine, the endorphins from the exercise kind of replace the craving. Yep. Because it's already been proven doing exercises releases endorphins. That's been scientifically and medically proven. So 9 months to be able to live a peaceful, productive, wonderful life. Oh, come on, man. Come on, brothers. And you can't give me 30 days while chasing pussy? Come on, stop that nonsense. Come on, man. Come on. We need to stop playing. Y'all gonna make me go Brooklyn up in this moment. But that right there, that's what men need to understand. That's what they need to get in their head. They got to get past the bullshit that they've been taught over and over and over again for years. And I know it's hard. I'm not saying this shit is easy. I'm not saying it's easy at all. And we're going to lose a lot more than we win. That's fact. We see it already. But you got to make that conscious choice to make that conscious shift, because you're not going to get anything else outside of that. And again, you don't have to sit there and make out a big giant plan. It's about taking a step. Just take one step. That's all you got to do. One step.
Take your ass off the field.
Yeah. That's the first step. Take yourself off the field. The second step, look, nothing fancy. Go for a walk. I mean, not trying to be funny, but go outside. And not in the way these dumbasses are saying. You know what I'm saying? I mean, no, I'm being real because everything starts with a first step, and the first step is to make the conscious choice. The second step is what MOT said: take yourself off the field. And like I said, it ain't got to be forever. It doesn't. Just long enough for you to take a moment to think. Your third step,
your damn perspective.
Exactly. The third step is go for a walk. I'm telling you, I have never seen anybody who has just gone for a walk who didn't take time to stop. Well, not stop, but take the time while they're walking to reevaluate their thought processes and why they made decisions. Because you have nothing distracting you. You're just walking. It leaves you alone to think. It's just as simple as that. And you do that for a week. And you don't even have to do it every day. Do it every other day. Go walk on a Sunday by yourself. I take yourself off the field, walk on Sunday, walk on Tuesday, walk on Thursday, walk on Saturday.
Hey.
And I guarantee you're going to rethink things. It's no different than being in the gym. You're working out, but your thought process is you're thinking about other stuff.
You asking for too much, Lawrence.
I'm not asking for it, and that's on me.
My bad. You suggesting too much.
Yeah. What that may be true. And I don't even want to make it a suggestion. What I really want is I just want to hear what I say be heard and actually listen to. And what happens after that cannot be on me. Because that's the focus. That's the point and the focus of men like us. We're here to do that. We're here to say what needs to be said. You know, we're not going to ask you for it. We're not going to beg you for it. We're not even going to expect it of you. But we are going to tell you the truth. And what you do with that truth is all on you afterwards. That's all we can do. Mm-hmm. That's all we can do. I have enough trouble trying to save myself. I cannot save everybody else.
I'm not even going to attempt it.
Exactly. Exactly. All I can tell you is my experience, the men I've come to know in this space, the men I've known in my lifetime. I can tell you what worked for us. And if you look at it real close, there might be slight deviations, but we all did roughly the same thing. You see what I'm saying? So again, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not even telling you how to do it. I'm telling you what worked for me and for the men that I know. Okay. And I'm not going to sit here and say myself or any of the men I know are the best men on the planet, because that would be foolish. But I am going to tell you that at the end of the day, we're living examples that it can work. You got to give us that at least, because unlike the game niggas and everybody else, we're showing you proof. Our existence alone is proof. You know, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go on a tirade like that. I'm sorry.
Hey, sometimes it has to happen.
Yeah, but like I said, brothers need to hear it. Young, old, in between, whatever have you may. But when the time comes, you cannot sit here and say you weren't told.
Right. Agree.
That's and that's it in a nutshell. Because you come over here every Sunday, you go to Aegon, you go to Zero, you go to MOT, you go to Ike, you've been told, not only told, but you've been told multiple times by multiple people. You have no excuse. So when
essentially the same message.
Essentially the same message. So when you come to, so at the end of it, when you come to us and you haven't shown anything, you can't get mad at us for telling you go away. You can't. And mind you, this has been going on for a while.
Yeah.
I mean, MOT's been in this space for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Complex has been in this space for a minute. Okay? Ike is here. You're here, Eisen. You see Aegon's here. You see what I'm saying? Zero's here. It ain't like you only heard this for like the last 30, 60 days. This has been going on for a minute. You feel what I'm saying? So between everybody I just named, plus the new people like myself who've come in and been on your panels and everybody else's panels and stuff like that, we're literally showing you living proof of what we are and what we've done.
Hey, but watch this, Lawrence.
Yeah.
I got this for you. The news is they don't care. They much rather go to the women's panel and get their shit off on this over there.
No, and that's okay. But see, that's
It
okay.
sure is.
That's okay. Let me tell you why. Because that's when I co-sign MOT's package.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because now you told me who you are.
Yeah.
So now I can keep an eye on you. And in addition to that, I'd rather you have you over there with your fuckery than coming over disturbing the men who want to do real shit in my space.
Hey, and it goes on all the time over there at Jessica X's and Melody. They expose all them bitch ass niggas, and the shit is funny because you get to see real time how they are.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the panel, Dr. McCoy.
Dr. McCoy in the house.
Dark Beast.
What's up?
At least you're getting the good side, because yesterday I switched over to Akuma to let you know how serious I was about eugenics.
Well, before you begin, I just want to put in my complaint that yesterday you didn't have the Dr. McCoy image up. That concerned me a little bit.
When it comes to eugenics, I switch over to Akuma because I'm dead serious about that. Like,
yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I need to see the beast.
The beast, he's kind of the more calm, collected, and just happy-go-lucky type of dude who's able to conversate and all. But as soon as Mr. Isasama told me we was going to have this conversation of eugenics, I had to meditate to transform to Akuma, because this is something that always had these thoughts, and I truly believe that in order for Black America to even progress in society, they gotta have some form of eugenics. And the examples that I'm hearing today pretty much highlight exactly what we were talking about the other night.
Okay, well let me try this a different way. I don't care about the Black community. I need to see the beast.
Well, you got it today. So today, this is the regular beast.
Okay, because you got to understand, I got to have the beast. I've got to have dark side. You understand what I'm saying? These things are important. These things are important. So I'm just saying.
I hear you.
I'm just yanking your chain, man.
I know that. Yeah, I know that. But nah, seriously. Now, did I hear correctly that some so-called pimp pretty much got his tail between his legs by one of the female content creators?
Man, Sigma Jones, this nigga wiped tears from his eyes.
Wait, that's who it was?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's exactly who it was.
Yes.
Wow. Because I know you said it was Jessica, but okay. I think I know who you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Racism without the A, without the race.
All that does is, like I told you last night, these type of cases, I have a notepad where on my computer I just write down case studies for eugenics, and this will probably be case study number at least 900 already.
Well. Hopefully, we didn't disappoint you.
Oh no! Like that was just something to where I was driving, listening on the conversation, and when y'all was talking about that, I was like, wow, an actual pimp who is highly regarded in the so-called Black manosphere space was literally brought to tears. A female. Something wrong with those genetics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And complain and cry.
That's what
How come y'all didn't protect me from the bitch, Jack?
Are you serious?
What gets me is when y'all said that the other members, whoever they were literally asking Jessica to apologize. Yes. I mean, have we come to this point where men are asking women for apology?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
This case number 957 for eugenics.
Yes. It was great, man. It was great.
Like Sigma
it's
Jones, the
awesome.
only thing you can do with Batman is to put the rest of the kryptonite that you just found, that you think he ain't got, over there with the other pieces of kryptonite.
Yep.
Yeah, it
you
was.
know what? I got a war chest full of all this information. Like, I think I'm seriously, I may have to do sort of underground Patreon or something where I just talk about why there needs to be eugenics, and just have case study after case study of exhibit ABC. Pimp
Short
was-
bus nigga.
Yeah, short bus. Oh wow, that's amazing. When I heard this, and I was like, you know what, I gotta jump in on this discussion because I missed last week's discussion because of trading, and y'all had a very good discussion at that. But I was like, you know what, this one I gotta catch on because we had just talked about this, Eisen and Lauren, last night, and lo and behold, it's almost like they just love validating exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, that happened. That happened last weekend, I think, is when that happened. But golly, it was. I tried listening to. I tried watching the stream to get to it. You even had in the comments people posting the timestamps.
Wow.
When shit went down. It was hilarious, but I just couldn't stomach enough of it to get all the way through before it got to the tears. And when Zero played this shit, oh my god, you are talking about.
So when did Zero play the replay?
It might have been a couple.
I didn't find out.
Couple streams ago. It's been a couple streams ago.
I didn't find out about
it. 2 nights ago. 2 nights ago.
Yeah,
I didn't even find out about it like that. Some content creator I don't even know showed up in my suggestions, and it said female content creator makes old man cry or something like that was the title.
Oh, that was hilarious, and MOT's description was spot on when he said that it's like Jessica gets on the panel with these niggas is like,
what is this?
I
button?
wonder, what does this button do?
I tell you what they have done is they literally have let the prisoners run amok in the prison, and now you got the guards screaming and hollering, what can we do? What can we do? But you got guns, and you're afraid to use it.
I'm like, look, we got these high resolution cameras to show us that your ass ain't worth saving either.
Yeah, and here's the funny thing, Sigma. Whenever your favorite individual,
hey,
wait, hold on, no, it wasn't the one. Whenever your favorite individual has enough sense to know whenever you dealing with her, you do so at your own risk.
Wow.
And MOT can state to that because he said it plenty of times. Hey, it's on you because he will back up in a minute off of that. If you playing with her, you doing so at your own risk. I can't help it.
Yeah, no. Yeah. There is no reason. I don't want to hear no testimonials. I know the shit's dangerous.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just because it exists.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I don't want to know how good of a time you had because you are fucking lying. Now.
Oh yes.
I'm gonna be honest. This is beautiful. Like,
oh man.
Sometimes, as soon as I log in, I just think to myself, what's the next craziest logic that these Negroes will come up with today? And I can honestly say at least once a week, I'm not disappointed.
Oh, no, not at all.
Sigma logic, more like mental gymnastics.
Well, Black Curls, you got to understand, to them, it's their reality. Like, one of my favorite quotes from Itachi on Naruto, he talks about, each of us lives within our own sets of boundaries and knowledge of our surroundings. All that combined is our reality. However, both knowledge and awareness are equivocal. One's reality might be another's illusion. Therefore, we live inside our own fantasies. So, in the minds of these illogical buffoons, they literally think they're making sense.
Oh yeah.
And that's a little bit of the disconcerting the disconcerting part of it. They really believe it. I mean they I mean it's obvious. I mean they just really truly believe it. And like I said, that's disconcerting enough in and of itself. But when you add the fact, you put the proof in front of them, and they still want to go with the opposite narrative or the contradictory narrative. It's scary, man. I'm not. Speaking for myself,
No.
man. It's scary, and it's scary in the sense that's like, you know, again, being introspective, you have to sit in that room sometimes at night. Do I really have enough ammunition?
No, you're like, you know what?
Do I really have enough? Do I need to get more? I mean, you know what I'm saying. So,
You see, Lawrence, this is what you do. You take chew gum with no flavor, empty bottle cans, cigarette butts. You drop everything you fucking got. Everything you got, you drop it. It doesn't matter how it is. And if they still there after that, then they can be like, you know what? Niggas win 1-0. I'm out.
yeah, because you know it's it's kind of like oh my god, I'm gonna go sci-fi for a minute. There was an old science fiction show by Gene Roddenberry. It starred Kevin Sorbo called Andromeda. Does anybody recognize that?
No.
Okay,
I'm not
all
familiar with
First
it.
time.
Okay, all right. It lasted for 5 years. But here's the thing: there was this Kevin Sorbo played the captain, and then you had another guy on there called Tyr Anastasi. He lived his entire life, his entire people were genetically modified to represent everything Nietzsche aspired to be. And I remember one time they had lost the captain, and they were questioning, or what happens at the end of the universe. And Tyr Anastasi said, "There's one thing I know, if I know nothing else, that once the universe ends, the only thing that will be surviving is myself, the captain." No, he said myself, the cockroaches, and the captain trying to save the cockroaches. because the captain was that kind of altruistic person, while Tyr Anastasi, being a Nietzschean, is about self-preservation and doing what's good for himself. And the reason I say that is because I think we're Tyr Anastasi, right? The bitch ass niggas are the captain, Captain Save-A-Ho to be exact, and those cockroaches are the women. You feel what I'm saying? So we know we'll survive. We'll know they'll survive because they have to survive, because we know they're going to survive to try to save the cockroaches, because that's just what they do. I might be flipping it around a little bit, but that's the point I'm trying to make with the whole eugenics thing. There are systems in play that, like cockroaches, you just won't be able to take them out all. There'll always be some left.
Yeah. Outside of, I think it's one other creature, but when you have a species in cockroaches that could survive even a nuclear fallout, they won't be going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah.
I
agree.
Yeah.
They will watch you light your own shit on fire, trying to destroy them.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, checking for you said think of Cyborg with Jean-Claude Van Damme from 1989. I hadn't thought about that movie forever.
Golly, yeah, me either.
1989. Geez. Oh, where the hell was I? 89? Germany, I think. But like I said, you get the men you can who are going to think it through and get right. And like I said, like MOT was saying, you got to drop everything on them, man. You got to drop on all the rest, and whoever's left, those would be the cockroaches. Like I said, you're not going to get all of them. Yeah, it's crazy as hell.
It's something you mentioned, Lawrence, and I forgot to bring this up on last night.
I didn't do it.
Well, I always listen to some of these figureheads on the black sector of YouTube. They like to talk about that debate between Booker T. Washington and W.E.D. Du Bois, and
Oh,
how
okay.
what direction that blacks should have chosen. Should they have chosen the white collar side, or should they chosen the blue collar side? And to me, I just look at the fact that it doesn't matter what side. The fact of the matter is they chose neither. They rather become the dregs of society because they always wanted to have the victimhood mentality, which to me, when you take on that victimhood mentality, excuse me, you pretty much saying that you want to be a slave. At the end of the day, that's the only logical conclusion. If you
Exactly.
believe in being a victim, then you believe that somebody else should think for you, should do everything for you, while you just cater to them. So, in other words, just go ahead and be a slave.
Yeah.
Well, I said that earlier. I mean, like I said, you got to admire a system that doesn't force you to be a slave. It convinces you to be a slave.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
because you can't use the excuse about slavery anymore because nobody's got you in chains. You woke up in the morning and made that conscious decision to be that.
Right.
You
I
feel
put
what
it
I'm
like
saying?
this. I put it like this. If, like I told Isaac last night, if slavery was to begin today, and America said, we are going to need some individuals, and they may have worded differently and whatnot, but it's plain and obvious to the average person that they need some people to take on this mantle to be of servitude, be the slaves. I honestly believe that the vast majority of black America will literally walk into the fire just to sign up.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
they will.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Yeah,
And
Definitely.
yeah. That's not even. There's no second guessing that. That's exactly what's going to be.
Yeah.
And what a
Yeah.
lot of people fail to realize is that, and you might know this, Sigma. It was after World War II, and is when Dwight Eisenhower became president.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of his final term, he made that farewell speech. I'm not sure how much of it you remember, but if you go back and read it, you'll see a lot of the stuff he said in that farewell speech was an absolute warning for what we see going on now.
You know what? You're right. Oh man, I have to
As far
go
as
back and
as
read
far
it
as
up.
what,
But yeah,
yeah,
you,
what's going on in society, what was going to happen with different countries, where we were going to be technologically and dealing with each. If you go back, it was pretty prophetic.
uh-oh. I sense a war room stream coming on.
No, the war room is generally about World War II. This is after World War II.
Okay, got
oh,
you.
but we're definitely going to cover like the aftermath of World War II, and believe me, Eisenhower, the things that he have done during and afterwards, definitely plays a major role within the War Room series. So by
yeah.
all means, we're gonna we're gonna definitely talk about that. But while y'all talking, let me go look up that speech again, because now, Lawrence, you got me want to remember it and everything. So while y'all doing
Yeah.
that, let me look it up real quick.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
but as you go through it, you'll see there was a lot of stuff in there that was very prophetic for what's going on now.
And to that whole slaves comment, it just goes exactly. It falls exactly in line with the quote from Darth Bane, where he says, "Equality is a mere myth. To appease the masses, simply look around and you will see the lie for what it is. There are those with power, those with strength, and the will to lead, and there are those meant to follow, those incapable of anything but servitude in a meager, worthless existence." And we see it all the time, especially with the clowns in this space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's no different. It's no different than idiots who come in talking about socialism and all this other muck and not understand. Like one time on MOTs, it was a while ago. Some dude came up there talking about socialism. MOTs like, which one? And the dude kind of paused, and I think he said something about CCHP MOT or something like that. And he was like, you don't know what you're talking about. Click, drop.
Yeah.
Yep. That's one of those commune niggas.
You sit there and you beg for something without understanding what it is you're begging for.
0% understanding. I'm like, okay. I'm like, communism and socialism. There are places where it worked. There are places where it didn't. But guess who's not going to explain it to you? Me.
Yep.
So I found a summary of the speech from Eisenhower, and it's a short summary, but we're definitely going to talk about it in the War Room series, believe me. But it says here, in a speech of less than 10 minutes on January the 17th, 1961, President Dwight Eisenhower delivered his political farewell speech to the American people on national TV from the Oval Office of the White House. Those who expected the military leader and hero of World War II to depart his presidency with a nostalgic old soldier speech like General Douglas MacArthur were surprised at his strong warnings about the dangers of a military-industrial complex.
Yep.
As president of the U.S. for 2 terms, Eisenhower has showed the push for increased defense spending despite pressure to build more military equipment during the Cold War's arms race. Nevertheless, the American military services and the defense industry had expanded to a great deal since the 1950s. Eisenhower thought this growth was needed to counter the Soviet Union, but it confounded him. Though he did not say so explicitly, his standing as military leader helped give him the credibility to stand up to the pressures of this new, powerful interest group he eventually described as a necessary evil.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say after that one. Golly.
Yeah, we'll definitely go more in depth in that. And actually,
necessary now, but unchecked, it will become the latter.
Yes.
Lawrence, remind me when we start getting into some of the aftermaths of World War II. I definitely would love to bring you up so we can kind of go more in depth on those parts, because that speech, I definitely have to refresh it, but I do remember that speech kind of shook a lot of people to the core, and they didn't realize it back then.
I'm sorry, I stepped away. Say that last part again.
Oh no, I was saying in the War Room
You said
series.
You said something about remind you.
Yeah, just remind me when we get to the latter end of the aftermath of World War II, which will be years down the line. I definitely would like to bring you up so we could talk about some of the aftermath, because that speech definitely shook a lot of people to the core, and it's not even till recently that they finally understood what he meant by that.
Okay, and if you got your notepad open, don't forget to add in there also about the fact of him giving nuclear secrets away.
Yep, hey, that too.
I think he gave it to Mexico first, if I remember correctly.
It was either Mexico or one of those South American countries, but yeah, one of those he gave the secrets.
Mm-hmm. So, but I'll try to remember. But like I said, but not like what I said. What MOG just said, he summed it up perfectly.
Every great power that's going to be misused starts off as a necessary evil. Every single one of them.
Well, yeah, that's the only way you build. I mean, it sucks to say, but it's the only way you build. Even coming together as a nation or a city state or whatever you want to call, it's a necessary evil for whatever you want to deem that for, whether it be protection, conquest, whatever have you may. It's always going to be part of it.
And for the other people who are out there, the baby mama industrial complex, as somebody puts it, I forget who said it, was meant to destroy the black community. Yes, they knew what these women thought. They sat them down and they asked them exactly what would do if this thing was going to happen. But they never guessed that these things were going to destroy their people too. And the people who were able to build families were going to be the new face of America eventually, if you remove all those constraints.
Yeah, that was one of the points behind the women's rights movement and feminism, because I've had this conversation with Black and Latino women many a times. You have to understand that when that kicked off, it had nothing to do with you. They didn't give a rat's ass about you. It wasn't until the 70s when they knew in order to do what they needed to do, they needed to shore up their numbers. Then they started to include all of you.
And you know what, Lawrence? Something you mentioned that kind of made me rethink some things, kind of have an epiphany. I remember in a stream we did here on Eisen how you made the belief that Black America never had a patriarchal system. And
Right.
as I kind of think on that, it kind of hit me. It's like, you know what? That's actually evidence that the ones who came over here to America during the slave trade, in some form or fashion, they had to come from some sort of matriarchal tribe. Which would explains why, even after slavery, it was such a hard time for blacks to even try to go the patriarchal route, because to me, based on the evidence I'm finding, they and it goes back to genetics. I just don't think this group of people actually want males to lead them.
Oh, again.
Well,
You don't have to think about it. They definitely don't.
But
Yeah.
I'm saying even going before slavery, like, I think there's enough evidence to really think that these people, whatever tribe they came from, really did not want males to lead them.
well, see, I gotta be honest. I don't know. I didn't go that deep, to be quite honest with you. If I had to hazard a guess on the best person you can discuss that with, it would probably be Zero. I honestly haven't dealt that deep into it like that. But I will say this. There was never a patriarchy in this country, because from the moment being brought here, you were under the thumb of someone else. Period. So there was no possibility to have a patriarchy from the moment we brought here, to staking men down and doing them in front of their their children, making sons sleep with their mother to make more stuff. I mean, the list is endless. So there was never a patriarchy. If it was, it definitely wasn't ours. It was under our conquerors.
Well,
But I will also say this, and again, going back to Zero, we have reached a point in our history where, for all intents and purposes, we are a created race. We are a created species in this country, because we have been so diffused with everything else through whatever means it happened. But we can't be African, but we're not really Americans either. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, from a historical perspective, because we weren't native here, we were brought here. So that's why I'm saying we can't technically be true Americans in that sense. So I mean,
I was going to go in there tonight of how I was going to go in tonight the difference between, for lack of a better word, but I'm definitely going to find a way to clean it up, the nigger farms during slavery and the nigger farms that happened since the 70s.
Right. There you go. Yeah. Because I was trying to be gentle, but thank you for that.
But you know
I was
what?
trying to be gentle. Yeah.
You know what? I'm glad MOT brought that up, because I've even did some research on that a while back. This was back on the Free Speech Avengers side. But I've actually did some videos where I researched on the slave breeding industry, and how down in the South, at one point in time before the Civil War, the slave breeding industry was worth an equivalent of $5 billion. And so that kind of made me believe that this whole notion that the South was somewhat poor leading up to the Civil War,
No.
that's not entirely true.
No, South was never poor. It was always richest out of everybody.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
like Mississippi was the richest state in the Union, which made Jefferson Davis the most powerful man in the
Yep.
South. Like
That's correct.
they never would have put him in charge if he wasn't able to garner the most powerful group of people that believed in a certain frame of mind.
Mhm.
The only other state that even came remotely close, and it depends on what time frame you're looking at, and it wasn't even that it was powerful. It was just that it was the most desirable, and that was California because people rushed there for the gold.
Yeah.
But outside of that, there's not, and even with that came again. It depends on what time frame you're looking at.
Because
but-
California wasn't found until a little bit before the Civil War. So even then, it didn't really start to become a powerhouse until afterwards. So
Yeah.
that's spot on.
And that place never recovered because the people they wasn't forced to change their mindset. They allowed them to keep their mindset going outside of the Civil War. And that's why pretty much the place is the same today, because nobody has changed. Now, if people were smart, and they're not, thankfully,
Yeah.
they would go down there and bring their own people and change Mississippi over generations and lock out the old people and run that state like it needs to be ran. Because you have a ton of land that is very fucking fertile. You can have people come from Mexico to freely work for a decent wage on the land. It doesn't matter what industry that it is, as long as you treat people in a humane manner, you could have easily overtaken the North. But they had that much hatred for the dark-skinned people that they didn't know that they had the actual ability to, through time, to control the entire country with their culture. But they decided to be brutal about the shit, and they had too much money, and that's why they had to be put down.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And that's why you got to be very careful when you sit here and you try to label an entire nation as all being the same as Southern people back then. Yeah, and then, no, but you know as well as I do, when quote unquote black people talk about race, they try to lump them all in together, and to me it's no different than what I say when you see a black person rob a bank. The same way I don't want you lumping me and all other black people to be like him. I can't do the same works in reverse. I can't do it to you. And checking for you, I see what you wrote in the chat. I think I agree with you, but I'm not absolutely sure what you're saying. So if you can clear it up for me, I'd appreciate that. But I think I agree with you if I'm understanding it properly. The first one, we are humans first. Suffered by humanity to be different, all because of any competition between each other. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. I see
I
what
was
you're
gonna
saying.
say,
Yeah.
because see, the thing is, like when you,
I'm sorry. I got you checking. I see what you're saying. I'm with you. Yeah. I'm sorry, Simon. Go ahead.
Oh no, because what checking for you is talking about is when you try to tell folks that there's no biological marker for race, and
Right.
that it's only from a phenotype as far as the differences. And even then, when you look genetically of the difference in phenotype, it only makes a difference of 0.0000001%. So
Yeah, no,
when
I'm out there. I was gonna say the last time I saw was I think it was 0.008 to 0.012.
yeah,
It was something like that. I mean, it was so fractional. It's and that's including the hair and skin color, eyes, all that different stuff. But my bad.
Race is not real. Race is just like religion. It's a made up concept.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classification.
Because through the entirety of history, no one classified themselves by color. They classified themselves by nation.
Yeah.
I never forget.
When you ran into them, it's like, I'm Greek, I'm Mediterranean, or whatever state or country you came from. It was always that way. Race is just like religion. It's a made up concept.
I never forget. I had this one debate, and this was back when I was a teenager, where one of these white guys, they like to quote that scripture over there where it talks about do not yoke up the ox with the donkey because they're unequally yoked, and somehow that portrays to race of people and ethnicity of people linking up. And so I asked the guy, okay, well, what if I got a black donkey yoked up with a gray donkey? Or what if I got a black ox yoked up with a brown ox? What's the difference now? And he got quiet because I told him, it's like, the only difference is the changing of the fur of these two particular species. So can you somehow prove to me that if I was to remove the skin color of a black person and the skin color of a white person, that there's still some sort of genetic difference between the two?
Well, see, here's the problem. When he was talking to you, he was doing a variation of the Ham theory. That's what he was doing. Yeah. Because they used that back in the day. Ham got cursed to be dark skinned, and since everybody with dark skin they just made an assumption everybody who's dark skinned is descended from Ham, and therefore he's cursed and he's supposed to serve. And if you read a number of other scriptures from books that weren't included in the general Bible, you'll come to understand that the person who was cursed wasn't Ham; it was his son.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and it was just him himself. It had nothing to do with cursing the entire population. You know what I'm saying? So what he was doing with the donkey, it was a variation on the Ham thing, and they used that for a long time to put darker people into slavery. So
yeah, but to them, to be quite honest, they thought that they couldn't interbreed because of speciation. That was their argument beneath their actual argument.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That is true. That is true. And you have what's her name? I can't remember her name, but the founder of Planned Parenthood. Her entire
Margaret Sanger.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, if that wasn't a eugenics chick, I don't know who was. And she made it abundantly clear when it came to our people, her goal was to wipe us out. There was no. I mean, she never made that a secret at all. So, I mean, it's fascinating to watch.
Yeah, but a lack of actual discipline was going to be able to. The people who walked in there freely were the people who actually needed to go. And this is about like, you get rid of Planned Parenthood, I'm like, are you fucking out of your mind? We need checks and balances like that.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah,
I would say at this point, like, look, if I don't care as far as what women do with their bodies and everything, it has nothing to do with me neither. First off, exactly. I'm not the one getting them pregnant, so
right.
That's the least. That's the least of my concern. But when I hear a lot of when I hear some of these guys complaining about these abortion rates and everything, we need to get rid of them and whatnot. I asked them, okay, so are you going to start taking responsibility?
No, and here's why. Because everybody you just named, them dumbasses who come up here with soldier names and ain't never been a soldier. How about that?
Yes. Military name niggas. Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not wrong.
And if it's not a military name, but if it's not a military name, it's some sort of Greek like Alpha, Beta, whatever, and they still have the same talking points. Like
coming up in here talking to me about some bullshit. Get the fuck out of my face, man.
Yeah, but you have to realize that they're pro-black just so long as you can keep along for the ride this goddamn reptile. Then they're pro-black. But if you try to exclude this person, then you got a problem. Like, all right, man.
Yeah. And the thing that cracks me up about pro-black is this. You pro-black, but you haven't even figured out what that means. Because whenever you talk to somebody who's pro-black, they want to give you all that hotep shit. Okay, and at the end of the day, you're literally stealing a concept from another country to place on yourself and then promote it to other people that this is what they should be. And you don't even have a full understanding of what it is you're asking yourself to be, much less other people.
See, no, you got to understand. Pro-black is bitching knees for pro-nigga shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And also keep in mind, pro-black means pro-black woman.
Yes.
It's not pro-black male
Ah,
or pro-black
okay.
people.
Because nobody gives a fuck about what men want.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for that, gentlemen. Because as you can tell by the way I was talking, I was in a different direction. So
Yeah,
thank you for
look,
that.
Sigma summed
Thank
it
you for
up.
that. Thank you for that course correction. It's very helpful. I can drive better now. But I don't. Yeah, either way, it's not positive. It's unproductive. And not only that, but regardless of whatever the reason is, I do not want it to be defined by the color of my skin.
No.
I don't. No matter how you label it, that's not my purpose here.
I made it so far on the content of the character shit. I'd be damned if I go back to that other kind of bullshit, man. Fuck that.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. And like I said last night on the stream with Sigma and Eisen. Oh no, I'm sorry. It was after the stream. It was me, Eisen, and Yuri, if I remember correctly. And I made a comment that I had made before. If I'm going to be honest and put all my cards on the table, I have had better interactions and I have had more assistance in my life from people who didn't look like me than those who did.
Yeah, same here.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
Okay,
tell that to anybody.
And I don't know how that transfers over to other people, but that's been my experience.
I mean, it's everybody's experience who's tried. It's nobody's experience if they haven't tried. That's the whole thing about it.
Good point. Very good point. Very good point. And that mentality by people who don't look like us to help those of us who try, because that's what they're doing. They're making it a merit-based thing. That's the mentality we need to carry over to our own.
Lawrence, it's actually worse than that. It's worse than that.
How so?
They're trying to get you to trust them the way that you shouldn't be trusting the other person. They want to leave the trust basically somewhere in-house to include them into the conversation. So if you start trusting and getting results with other people, it subtracts them from being a part of the conversation. So by limiting your actual options, they become the only people that you do work with. It's the same thing when it comes to actually working with other black people who are from Africa and everywhere else. If they become the only option of people that you work with, they will always be colored, happily enough, pun intended, by the success rate of what you're going to try. That's all it is.
Yeah, I get that.
And this is why when I made that stream 2 weeks ago about brothers traveling overseas and everything, I was holding my tongue back, but since I'm over here on Eisen, I'm just gonna come out and say it. The whole theme of that stream is this: if you can't get the nigga out of you, stay home.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Speaking as
no other cultures wants to deal with that nonsense. So if you can't somehow strap that nigga mindset outside of you, stay home in America. Don't go anywhere else.
Yep.
Yeah.
But here's the good thing.
I mean, because there's plenty of women to hold you down right here.
Yeah. Yep.
Plenty of females who want that mindset, who want that swag and everything. By all means, keep it in-house. But don't you dare get a plane ticket, get a
and go
boat
somewhere
ride
else.
and try to bring that to some other culture. Please,
It's not
stay home.
gonna work. Now I know MOT has traveled out of the country, and I know you have too, Sigma. Have you traveled out, Black Girl?
Yeah, I've traveled out mostly in the Caribbean.
Oh, okay, and you haven't yet, Eisen, right?
No, I have not. But
Okay.
I have
No,
definitely.
we gonna fix that. Trust me.
Oh yeah, no. And
But,
but I was gonna say was though I have definitely been around cultures that aren't from here.
Oh yeah, I know.
So I've
that.
had that experience. So
Oh,
and
yeah,
that was the other thing that I had on that stream that Sigma Jones did. I pointed out. I was like, look, if you can't get people from different cultures to invite you to your home, ain't no point. That means they don't want you in their country either.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's the reason I was asking about traveling because for those of us who have traveled out, I think you guys will be in agreement. I have traveled both personally and in the military, and I have traveled with decent dudes and not so decent dudes, to put it politely. And every time I've gone to a country, whether it was Germany, Okinawa, Australia, Canada, whatever it was, you saw the difference on how they treated me as opposed to them not so good brothers. They not trying to have that shit brought into their house. They not.
Exactly.
Lord, it's almost you reading my mind, sir. That same stream, I talked about how I had a traveling buddy with me with my first trip to Japan, and this is a dude. First off, he's from the deep south, and the main reason I kind of took him with me is because we share similar birthdays, as far as like the same month and the same year. So I figured this would be like a good trip where we both take an international trip around the same time. But I tell you, Lawrence, this man had no freaking clue about the customs and the culture in Japan. Like, I literally had to apologize on his behalf numerous times to my friends and some of the citizens of Japan, because this guy had no freaking clue, didn't even bother to try to learn some of the customs or whatnot. He had this mentality of, hey, I'm from America, so you guys gonna have to adjust to me. And I learned my lesson. I said, never again. Never again.
Yeah. And I've had that experience in Okinawa. Let's okay. You've been to Japan, right, Sigma?
Yeah.
Okay. So Okinawa, I mean, we know Okinawa is slightly different, but let's do this. Let's go with the most simplest of things. Okay, it's simple, even though it has a lot of tradition and ritual to it. Something simple, the tea ceremony. You understand what I'm saying, right?
Oh yeah.
You know how many dudes I had to beat down after?
I didn't even bother. Yeah, I didn't even bother to do the.
To sit that bowl down in front of them, and the water is poured in. They didn't turn it. They didn't do the proper bowing, the movement. They just picked it straight up off the table and drank it. And I mean drank it all the way down to the leaves, dude. Because you know they don't do bags over there. It's just leaves and water. You feel me, dude? That's why I started traveling by myself. I couldn't do it. They're not gonna get me killed. I mean,
I made up my mind on the first trip there. I wasn't going to do the tea ceremony as long as he was with me. If I was by myself, I would have done it no problem. But knowing his background and the mere fact that he was clueless as far as the customs there, I was like, nah, we can't do the tea ceremony. You're not ready. And I don't think you ever will be ready for something that's sophisticated.
Yeah, I had one soldier went to the restaurant. You know, you gotta take your shit off your feet, man. In the story, to walk in somebody's place with shoes or boots on, man, is one of the heights of disrespect. You know what I'm saying? And this is common stuff, man. You ain't even got to visit. You seen this shit in movies, for crying out loud. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like you got to visit. It ain't like you going in there not knowing nothing. But to stand at someone's doorway complaining about I don't feel like taking off my combat boots because I'm gonna have to string them up again and all that. I'm like, man, dude, you can't go nowhere with me no more, bro.
Look, that's the thing. When you have the mindset of niggas in their warped up mind,
everybody has to show respect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Going to someone's culture, hey, you gonna have to adjust to me. I'm somebody. That's their mindset.
Yeah. but you are right, and that's one of the things that I have a problem. That's one of two reasons why I have a problem with cisbem brothers. One, because of that, because you want to leave, you want to leave and go deal with another type of woman because you think they're better, but you haven't even prepped yourself to be the type of man that needs to be over there. You come in, like you said, bringing all the bullshit from here with you, and nobody's trying to hear that. That's number one. Number two, which I've said before, you need to understand that what's happening is spreading across the planet. Just because you're not changing anything. Women are women no matter where you go. The only thing you're changing is your geographical location. The same things are going to fall into place because, again, we're talking about the nature of the beast. So if you think you're saving yourself by going to, say, Colombia because you think it's going to make it easier with women, you're an idiot. Women are the same everywhere. I mean, the culture might have certain things in place that taps it down a little bit, but it doesn't change the beast. The beast is still the same.
Yep.
A lot of people think that they can catch Ratchet in like pre-Ratchet form, and that's going to be better. And I don't even bother explaining the difference between Passport Bros and like SYSBM. I'm just out of having those conversations over and over again. Yeah. I just look at the outputs and the outcomes and the reason why they went over there in the first place. That'll tell me everything.
Because here's my math. You, instead of being disciplined here, you chose to run somewhere else.
To be undisciplined over there. Yeah.
Exactly.
So, and
that tells me everything.
And you can't be helped. And that's fine. At least I know. Up to the front that these people cannot be helped. Not even trying to waste any more time, because here's the thing. I'm not gonna try to help people whether over there or over here with the same fucking mindset. I didn't go all the way over there to do all that shit. I mean, if I wanted to do that, I mean, I could pull up to any community and just open up the door and, like, what I'm saying, trick love the kids. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, exactly. And that's why when it comes to cisbem, it's not a thing of disrespect. It's a thing of understanding what you're doing. At the end of the day, that's what you're telling me. You're telling me instead of staying here and developing discipline, you'd rather just run somewhere else and be undisciplined, like you said.
Yeah,
and I think
that's why people like defend this, defend that, defend this person. I'm like, no, one time was good enough. And if you keep running into the same type of people every single time, we're like, oh, but you're different. Okay, why am I different? Okay, apply that to me and that guy. End of the fucking discussion.
Yep. Were you going to say something, Black Curls?
Yeah, I was going to say, Sigma said something on one of the streams where him and Kira Gakure were talking about SYSBM, Passport Bros, and MGTOW. He's like, SYSBM requires too much discipline from many men. He'd rather them go MGTOW because a lot of them can't do it. These Passport Bros and Team Pump and Dump, they're not going to be able to do their bullshit in these other countries.
Well, look, it's not even something that you have to pull out of them. I mean, you could just listen to them, and they already telling you it's all about going to chase ass again, and not having to deal with women who are feminists. Okay, but here's the point: you take out the feminism, women are still women. They're still going to pick the man who's got the most resources. They're still going to pick the dude that provides the best protection. Except, I mean, again, it's the nature of the beast. You're not swapping out the problem. You're just swapping out the location the problem's at. That's it.
And Zero put the quote of the day in the chat. I'm a real nigga everywhere I go, and I ain't changing for nobody.
Damn.
Said by a nigga.
Well, you know what?
No.
I'll put it like
Understood
this.
by all niggas everywhere.
Yeah.
No, wow.
I'll put it like this. More power to you. More power to the real nigga. Just keep your behind in America. That's all I care.
And you know, and the thing for me is if only the only consequence was that was the worst thing that happened would be that they would just take these niggas out. Hey, look, I'd be like, hey, keep traveling, keep going,
And let me
in the herd. But
Yeah.
the problem is that as we know, the stereotype extends to those of us that who aren't who aren't that stigma. But as I've said before, stereotypes exist for a reason, and that reason is because the majority prove them to be true.
Right. Yeah. And if I could throw this out there real quick for anybody listening in the chat or the clouds or wherever, let me clarify something for you as a man who has traveled to multiple countries. If you think that you're going to leave and go over there and then learn everything you need to learn, you're not. Because if you can't be disciplined here, you're not going to be able to be disciplined to do that over there. Period.
Exactly.
Period. If you can't even hold yourself in your own backyard, you ain't got what it takes to hold yourself in somebody else's. You just don't. You just don't. You can go try if you feel like it, but it ain't gonna work because before you even travel, you have to be in a certain mindset.
Honestly, Eisen, I cringe when sometimes I hear some of these dudes online talk about, such and such women in other cultures, they like black men. They want to come for us because we got big packages and everything. And I'm thinking to myself, is that it? Your whole self-worth is based on what you got between your legs?
But that's black men in this culture. That's why I said they're just bitches with dicks, because they're literally taking their genitals and putting value on it the same way women do with theirs. That's all they're doing. So they're just bitches with dicks. They're using the same value system. Growing up, there was nothing more important to the dudes around me. Had nothing to do with school. It had how many asses you tapped. And then they would stand on the corner during the day talking about, I had this bitch, I had that bitch, or trying to pick up the next one. That's all black men in this country focus on. That is how they value themselves. And I've said this before. There is no other culture you will go to see that. It's either resources, it's wealth, it's power, it's business, it's anything else but dick. Only black men here do that shit.
And this is why, Eisen, I said yesterday in the stream, and I'll say it again. You know something is genetically wrong when manhood for a conglomerate group of people is based on how many females you can get.
Mm-hmm. Now let's go back and think about where that started. You know where it started, right?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
In the early days of slavery, turning us into studs to produce more slaves.
Yeah, I mean, nigga farms 1.0.
Yeah. There's a reason when we talk about not dealing with women or politics or whatever, and we call it getting off the plantation. There's a reason we call it that.
Yeah. And we still got nigga farm today. It's just that this version 2011,
What's up, Spiritual Logic?
What's good?
So I mean, and that's where that comes from. And again, as men, I mean, just in general, going through the generations, that's on us for not breaking out of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's on us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So slavery, Jim Crow, civil rights movement, all the way to today. The fact that the vast majority of us are still making that choice, that's on us. Because you can't say we ain't got options to do something else. We can be more than just studs. We can be engineers. We can be doctors. We can be lawyers. Or as it's been shown, at least once anyway, you can be president. You can be anything else other than a stud. Why choose stud? That's on you.
I mean, they have less responsibilities to everybody as an animalistic stud, to be quite honest with you. And that's why they are doing this shit in the first place.
That's true. And again, that's on us, because up until child support and all that good stuff, he had some level of responsibility. But now he can just go make kids and make everybody else in the state take care of it.
Exactly.
Yep.
So you're right.
And somehow that's his manhood. That's him being a real nigga. Is
Yeah.
how much children you can sire within a certain stratosphere or miles of radius. Like
Exactly.
with no intent to take care of said shit.
Exactly. And I see what checking for you wrote in there about screw politics. Let's talk economics or talk about both political economy. See, here's the thing, checking for you. Literally, what we're talking about right now is economy. It is economics. It might not seem like it on the surface, but it really is, because you have to understand that with so many black men walking around with the stud concept in their head, it works both ways. On the left side, they're putting an economic burden on all of us to take care of their fuckery. On the opposite end of that, the fact that they out there doing nothing but that, they become unproductive people who could contribute to society but don't. So no matter what we talk about, it always ends up somehow, some way of being an economic aspect of it. MOT, unless you disagree and you want to add something to that.
No, I don't. No.
Yep. So, yeah, spiritual, you're right. Too many black people have pride in their color alone and not by how they live and what they produce. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I said.
Because I'll tell you why spiritual, because color is something that you ain't got to work for.
Yep.
And passing down color isn't anything that they have to control over. The only thing color does is it guarantees a subsegment of people continued lineage without work.
Mm-hmm.
Hence the Negro buck bullshit. Yeah, that's all it is.
Yep.
It's not hard.
Yep. And it makes no difference what side of the fence you stand on, whether it's a faith-based thing or a secular thing. I think we can all agree this is fucked.
Yeah.
This is fucked. And that right there, that's the foundation for those on opposite sides of the fence to sit down and have that conversation to start working on solutions. Because see, at the end of the day, what I believe becomes irrelevant to what's actually going on. What you don't believe is irrelevant compared to what's actually going on. What's going on is that we're both getting fucked and we need to figure out how to get the hell up out of here. What's actually going on.
All right, that was me again.
No, it's cool. So I mean that's just how I see it.
Spiritual Logic says he's looking for the link.
Yeah, I just emailed him. I just emailed him. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Young Swift said someone say something about forgiving GT. What's GT?
Ignore him. Don't.
No, he's it's jokes. It's a joke between me, him, and Black Curls about Dragon Ball GT. But no, we ain't forgiving that. It goes into the trash. That's why he put JK for just kidding. That's why we gonna kick him out of Discord for a little while.
Give him a cooling off period.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to say this, Young Shift, but as one of the moderators, you've been timed out, bro. Oh, man.
Or else, I mean, you do how I did like Gay Bay. I just remove his wrench in him all the way from the goddamn discussion.
That individual, I never quite understood him because he always, this is just my perception at all, but he always had this personification of, well, y'all Negroes need to do this because, I think highly then above y'all. And I'm just like, then why are you here?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The nigga's a troll and needs to go back under his bridge.
I'm telling you, man, perfect life niggas swimming around the manosphere. The people who, quote unquote, don't have no problem with this, or I don't have these problem niggas. It's the same thing. The perfect life / I don't have these problem niggas. Yeah. No reason to be in the manosphere. None.
No, perfect life, and then shut the fuck up if you don't have the perfect life.
Just like feminine women who actually get it, no reason in the manosphere. Younger women who got bags full of fresh dick, No reason to be in the manosphere.
Right.
Period.
Yo, I've been saying that for a long time.
Women with a husband have no reason to be on a panel with dudes at 2:00 in the fucking morning.
Oh my goodness.
Because the funny part is that myself, Eisen, and I can't remember his name, Uncle somebody.
Oh, J Doe,
yeah. We started that over a year ago over on MTRs. Because they'd be up there too. Oh, okay. Like, sitting over there, talking to us like, well, my husband this, my husband that, yada yada. And I remember Uncle J Doe came in straight out the gate. He said, "Yeah, I don't want to hear shit from you. You ain't got nothing to say to me. Talking about you married and sitting up here at 2:00 in the morning having conversations with single men on a Friday. Go take care of your man." I was like, "Damn!" And then he did the same thing to what's her name? She was 21. And she kept trying to say something, and he wouldn't let her talk. And then MTR was like, "Yo, man, you got to give her a chance to talk." And he was like, "I'm not about to sit here at 40-something years old, heading into my 50s, listening to no 21-year-old broad who ain't got no man. I about died. I was like, damn.
Man.
Damn, J Doe, man. What's up, bro?" He was real. He kept that shit real, man. I mean,
knowing full damn well she's getting hit from the back trying to use her fucking phone online with us.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Hulk?
Y'all funny.
What's up, Hulk?
What's going on?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, man. Y'all speaking the truth over there. Yeah, I see the topic is forgiveness, but y'all done segue onto some other things.
Yeah. No. We still on. We still on it. Because like I said earlier, this all comes back to men learning to forgive themselves for their mistakes and learning to step away from the nonsense that we're talking about now. Because like I said earlier, once you forgive yourself, you start to accept things for what they are, and you can start paying attention to how to course correct yourself.
Yeah, forgiveness takes that accountability. You taking accountability for what you've done. So that's the first step. Once you do that, you usually starting to change and a different approach to things. Mm-hmm. But that goes back to why a lot of these guys don't have discipline. Like I heard you talking about discipline, but that's huge because they don't believe in objectivity. In terms of there's a right and a wrong way to do something. That's why they use game. It's lack of objectivity, lack of logic, really. So they just want to finesse any situation and think that they can so-called game their way through it. But it's really stupid, because even the perfect life dudes, they're not realizing that it's you conforming to a logical environment, not necessarily, a structured environment where men have authority and legal power, but no, you're just conforming. You're part of the problem. Even if you in your perfect life. Because a lot of these dudes, what they don't tell you is that they're held hostage. They can't speak up against what their woman says. They can't voice their opinion. They can't be men in their marriage.
True.
So to them, perfect life is just being quiet and doing what you're told.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Because any attempt to speak up and stand up as a man, you're automatically considered to be emotionally violent, verbally violent, etc., and so on. I mean, like I said before, it's a situation where just saying no to her can bring your world to an end.
Exactly. I mean, and that's what men.
Yeah, because she'll wake up tomorrow and next thing you know, you got papers served to you. She's taking your house, your car, your kids. No, I'm not being. There have been women who have literally said this. That's why they did it. Ain't no man gonna tell me I can't do something. Yeah, and the head bopping and all that. Yo, it's real.
Yep. Yeah, like they're cool with you being stupid and worshiping them and being catering to them. But when you come to a awakening moment, that's the moment your relationship ends.
Mm-hmm. Well, these dudes, they won't come to that awakening moment unless she decides to get rid of them. Because the simple fact is they want to be her bitch.
Exactly, they do. That's what people like me and you all, we foolishly try to waste our time and try to explain that to them. But
no.
That's the way they want it. So.
Oh no, yeah, no, I ain't talking to them. I'm talking for the young dudes that don't know. They just start out. Them niggas, I treat them like daughter niggas. They're done.
Yep. Actually, I'm pulling a zero. There's some people right now. Any nonsense that comes to my platform, just block and delete. Block and delete. Any of the younger cats that have some brain cells that's trying to do better, they're more than welcome to come through. Everybody else, my patience is
You
very
gonna know
short.
the difference.
Well, that's
You gonna know the difference.
Yeah. And that's what's taking me so long with mine, because I made 3 channels. I got 3 channels. One is specifically for one thing, another one's for another thing, and one of them is straight up hidden because I know what I'm gonna have to deal with. So that's just how it's got to be played. I'm just dropping anybody and everybody. I'm not trying to have emotional motherfuckers yelling at each other, talking over me or anything. I'm not doing none of that. You know, so I'm not doing
catch a flight community. Catch a flight community.
Exactly. or come up on the panel. Yo, I didn't hear the beginning of this, so I don't really know what you're talking about. So could you fill me in? Nope. Click.
Don't even let them finish.
Nope.
I mean,
Get out of here.
I mean, you ain't even listened to it. Then what the fuck you come up here for?
Yeah.
Or do the MOT rule, the 5 seconds. You got 5 seconds to state your claim. If it doesn't make sense, I automatically drop.
Yeah. And
5 seconds, man.
Yep.
All of this fucking continued screaming and shit that you are doing on your own internet, not on my fucking platform.
Right.
Yep.
And that's
The
the thing.
motherfucker's like, shit, I got him. Hey, wait a minute, where did I get blocked? As soon as your ass most likely started talking.
Yep.
And that's the thing, you know. I listen to these things, and it's like you turn up your gain on your microphone, you're yelling and all that stuff. That's just ridiculous, man. I mean, even going back to that debate MOT had on there about the mics and men. I mean, are we going to really believe that the man is not more important than his mic? Like, who cares if you're not saying anything? We don't need to hear it.
Yeah.
I mean, so you bought all these bouquet of mics to not increase your fucking content? Man, get the fuck out of here, man.
But not just that. It takes away the fact that everybody who is somebody started with a level where they just had their content.
AMS does videos in his living room.
Exactly. Like some of the biggest people out there now,
Dude,
they just started on their cell phone, and they're literally what they had to say catapulted them to where they are.
O'Shea is probably in front of the same fucking laptop with the whiteboard in the back. No. well, actually, he did upgrade the microphone. You can see it in the background, kind of like 2 years ago. But but at the end of the day, come on.
Look. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, I'm sitting here on a laptop that's almost a decade old, and I got a headset with a microphone in it. The right ear is duct taped together because it broke apart, and I bought this 5 years ago for like $20.
Yeah, and you know what? We've been saying this a long time ago. The deflection mechanism, the deflection talking point. When you evade what the actual point is, and you deflect it to something that it has nothing to do with the point, and then you try to keep arguing that. That's the same tactic since we encounter these guys. They just deflect.
Mm-hmm.
Because,
Look,
like you say, you're talking to a woman.
Look, press 1 if I'm drowning out spiritual.
Oh, man. That's funny.
I mean, because people wasn't getting what I was doing until I'm like, you know what? There has to be more of these niggas. Press 1 in the chat if you think this guy is winning.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah, it is.
And I mean, the thing is, hey, if that's your thing, that's what you like doing because you like that type of equipment. Okay, I get it, but I mean, you can't. It's pointless to try and knock somebody's success if they're having it without having all that equipment. Evidently, what they're doing is working for them. So, I mean, ain't no need in fixing what ain't broke.
Well, it makes it stupid because all they doing is changing the tool for what the first argument was. You ain't got nothing to say depending on how many subscribers you got. They just changed it to equipment. They just changed it to equipment now. That's all they did.
But these dudes do the same thing.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I was gonna say these dudes do the same thing women do. You know, they when you're talking to a woman, they're usually trying to, make you. Damn, I was about to say something. Go ahead, MOT. I got my thoughts together.
It's just that you have to understand that you don't come to an actual debate and then change the grounds of the argument because you can't debate the fucking topic. Now, in most circumstances, they would just end the fucking debate. They would just say, you know what? We came here to debate economics. Somehow we're talking about cartoon characters. I'm sorry for wasting everybody's fucking time, but this discussion is over. But within Black America, the people who derail the conversation is looked at as the winner. And the actual person of principle never just walks away from it, just log out. Because I've done this another time too, where we was on a moderated discussion and I just logged the fuck out. It's like, you just left. I'm like, why wouldn't I leave? We're no longer talking about the fucking topic.
Right.
Go.
Yeah, I know what I was about to say. What I was about to say is that just like women, these guys don't want men to wake up. They like men who are stupid, and these guys, they purposely want to ruin the next generation. That's why they have to go where they're not wanted and try to shame and slander people, because it's not just about people who refuse to accept what they're giving out. They are trying to, destroy and compromise the younger people. Like, women do the same thing. Like, women that's why they give dudes hope in a bad environment. Why do they give dudes hope in a bad environment? Because they want them to stay around so they continue to, tear them out the frame.
And that's why they always hop on panels derailing and causing a reset.
Yeah, like, we talking about logical things, straightforward ideas, and they have to, and then here comes, well, you just don't get no women. Like, we're not talking about women.
What?
But I can't debate your points. Therefore, we will talk about women, motherfucker.
Exactly.
And then you have to go that extra mile. This is my house. Well, I know it's your house, but as a guest, you know what? I don't even know why I'm talking to you. Click.
It's crazy, man.
And I said that a while ago because like I said, look, I made it no secret, and I don't even need to say their names. Y'all know I got a list. They're just why even let them up? You know what I'm saying? And you can't even say that you want them to expose themselves. They did that a while ago. So here's the question: why let them up? That's a waste of time, and it's a disservice to your listeners.
Yeah. And I actually find it quite entertaining when they get just interrupted and kicked off the panel. It's just amazing. I love it.
Yo, Young Swift, you stupid.
Y'all just be broke and be happy about it. You want none of these bitches? Bye, nigga.
That is funny. All right. We need to really time him out now, just for that. Oh man. Oh my goodness. But that's just how it is, man. Like I said, if I'm asking people to subscribe to me and come to hear what I have to say, then I personally, and maybe I'm overthinking it, but personally, I need to make sure I keep them away. I keep them out of that kind of bullshit. If you're over on my channel because I'm talking about commercial real estate and you want to learn about it, it's my responsibility to not let fools in, because it detracts from the lesson and what you're trying to get out of it, and it throws everything off. So in my mind, we got people that have definitely identified themselves on their own, who and what they are. So even allowing them in the space, much less on the panel, is I don't know. That's just a waste of time to me.
Yeah. And it's hard to try to explain to dudes that it's not natural or normal for men to have to prove themselves to women. Like, that's totally outside of the design of how a man is supposed to function. We're not supposed to prove anything to women. We're supposed to prove something to ourselves. We're supposed to live by the principles and values that actually work. And we're supposed to maintain that environment and make everything conform to that. We're never supposed to conform ourselves to women. And that simple concept is where it all begins. They want to make the woman the object, and everything else has to bend to her. And you can't, that's what they like. That's how they feel. And that's the key word, feel. Because they have they don't even have the.
You even had a video on this.
About the mastery of self or something.
Yeah, the masculinity. Like, it's not supposed to be kept
Yeah.
by women.
Exactly. It's not. But these dudes don't have any concept of authority, masculine, because they don't ever think about, let me control myself and my environment. They're not thinking like that. They're just trying to maintain sexual access. That's all it is.
By any means.
They don't, they want to destroy the environment and take and enjoy the collateral damage of the broken, the illogical females that will, I don't know, cater to a situation where they can control.
Yeah. To them, they've already said she will run this one way or fuck another, and I'm gonna help her. Yeah, that's what they said.
One of my favorite quotes is by Confucius, and I added my own little twist to it. And the quote is, "What makes the superior man is found within him. What makes the smaller man is found within others. It's very easy. It's very easy to spot a nigga."
Yeah. I mean.
Yep.
What we're saying is so simple and it's so logical until it comes down to people who just love the foolishness. It's not about them being ignorant. It's not about them not understanding what's happening, because a lot of these dudes, they actually have been torn out the frame already. They actually have witnessed all the consequences of having a logical thinking, but they just love the chaos. They love the drama. They love arguing. They love being emotional. They just love all these things, and that's what the problem is. It's not, and they want other dudes to love them because they just want to have a party. They just want to celebrate the destruction.
Yep, not realizing that if they were creative and productive, the party would be far greater than the one they're currently at.
Yeah,
because like I've said, it's no different than the garden that I have here. There's something to be said about the pride and the feeling you get on doing something yourself,
right,
as opposed to having it handed to you.
But they'll never understand that because they're always doing stuff for women.
Yeah,
they're always catering their entire thought pattern, anything they actually do accomplish in society is only because a woman has to validate it and approve it.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what's funny, because you'll see them stand outside or in a room or whatever, talking about, I don't need no fucking body to validate me. I am who I am. You know what I'm saying? I do what I do. You know what I'm saying? And I get my shit straight. But yet you still sitting here looking for validation from a female. Everything you just said contradicts your existence.
Yeah. Yeah.
We all want Lawrence and what?
Oh, talking about into the Oasis Discord. It's Soul Providers Discord.
It's Soul Providers?
Yeah, he's got one.
Yeah, he's got Discord.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, like I said, I was planning on working on one, and I know I was talking to Eisen and Yuri last night, and when I'm ready, he's gonna give me a hand on getting it all squared away. I'm recertifying on a lot of stuff, so I'm got classes all month. So after I'm done, should be straight and get that set up. But going back to what I was saying, everything they say, everything they do is literally a contradiction of their actual existence. And I want to say they don't see it, but they do. I really believe they do. I believe they just don't give a rat's ass.
Well, the thing is, you got to understand that these dudes, they don't. They want to make everything broad and free flowing. That way you can't pin down the snake for what it is. Mm-hmm. They don't want to be identified as this.
Mm-hmm. Keep that relativism going. Exactly. Everything is everything. Yep. Because then when you actually draw a line in the sand, then it actually exposes what you're doing or not doing. And they never want to have that conversation where, what have you done in life? Because a lot of times it's nothing.
Yeah.
Here we go. Talk about people trying to be shit and shit.
Yeah. That comment right there made me think about the Boondocks, that Color Ruckus episode. Oh my goodness. That episode was great.
You know what? I'm just gonna say this, and this is kind of go back to the conversation yesterday. Um, Eisen, even though I've already mentioned him, I never thought I would see or meet somebody who would make Uncle Ruckus have more common sense. And it's the YouTuber who is in love with Obama. I'm gonna just leave it there.
Yeah, I mean, he is the anti-existence, man. There has to be an existence, and then there has to be an anti-existence. There has to be a reverse flash. There has to be one.
But MOT, this man, or I'm not going to even say a man, this individual, like I said, he makes Uncle Ruckus have more common sense. And Uncle Ruckus is a fictional character. This dude. Go ahead, Isaac.
This dude is the Joker without the sense. He's just strictly all jokes. I mean, yeah, that's the only way I know to classify him.
Actually, you know what? He's the creeper from the DC universe. No, he went through the same process. He can be talked to, but don't trust this dude. Period.
Yeah, Jack Ryder's nuts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Jack
before he jumped into the
Yeah, even when he doesn't hit the switch on his watch to change into the creeper, he ain't all there.
Oh,
yeah.
Or damn, maybe it's Bizarro. I just
no, because even Bizarro have a little bit of common sense.
I don't. Damn, it's something completely new, man. I don't know, man.
You can't. It doesn't make sense to the point where you can't even describe it. That's why it's hard talking to these people, because it's like we have to over-explain something so simple.
Well, the thing is, someone like that, I don't even try. We ain't got nothing to talk about now. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Now, I get off the panel and hearing other people try and have a conversation with this nigga, I will admit that is entertaining for me.
Well, of course, that's the only way. That's the only way we deal with it.
Yes.
Oh no, I'm not going to these people. Once I realize that that's how you actually think, I'm not going to approach you directly. Like, I just don't. Once somebody come up, I'm having a conversation and somebody yell, "Let's catch a flight," go catch a flight or something like that, or we start yelling and screaming. I'm like, bro, I'm good.
Yeah, no, I'm like zero on that. Look, I ain't catching no flight nowhere. I mean, you can cash at me the money all you want. Okay, I'll take it. Thank you. But I won't be coming to see you.
but even that's just pure emotionalism. I mean, come on, man. That's like, okay, you're just taking advantage of being on the internet where you could just say anything. That's totally contrary, because people who actually are serious, even real street dudes, not to give them credit to anything, but real street dudes, the ones who are really out there doing something, they're not on the internet making threats.
Yeah.
It's just it gives us this environment where everybody can live in a fantasy.
I believe MOT coined the name, the term for them best. Those are those Renaissance Festival street niggas. They dress up to be there,
That's crazy. I mean, all of this because
man. You're walking around with that fucking turkey leg in your mouth and shit. You know why you came, man.
And look, and all this because men just want to have a better outcome in a logical environment or society. We're just trying to, critically think our way through a situation where men can have the best possible outcomes. That's all it is. It's so simple and so good. And that's why they have to, they're trying to basically steal the younger generations and make them feel like, put their focus all on women. It's all about getting bitches, man. Get some bitches and you'll be all right. They don't tell them to actually get your life together so you actually have a place that you can control. So always get some bitches and you'll be all right. And I'm just like, really, man? You really trying to tell the younger generation this?
Hey, Hulk. It sounds like you want to be different.
They already know
Wanna
that.
be shit. Wanna be shit.
They already
Did
know
I
that.
bet you trying to walk the path of righteousness?
It's sad because when I go on a panel, with these guys, they'll say, "Well, you're the intellectual one." I thought that was just common sense. So if you're saying I'm intellectual, are you basically saying that everybody else is what's the opposite of intellectual? Stupid. I mean, it's like we're supposed to say, yeah, we're purposely being stupid. Like being intellectual, thinking is supposed to be like paramount. That's supposed to be the whole point of this thing. But no, like you say, it's not. It's just about you're thinking too much. You hear that. That's another term you hear or you're too logical. You're thinking too
I
much. You're
hate
too
that.
logical.
I absolutely hate that.
Hey, Young Swift on one right now. A lot of these through emotions we'll be able to overcome. Ask Steve Harvey, he's never been bitch broke.
Yeah.
Just the thing about the lot, it's gotten so ridiculous about getting upset with somebody for being too logical that I make a joke of it now. Because if you notice, when Zero comes up, what's the first thing I say? Oh, here come that logic motherfucker right here.
Yeah.
We can't. Why are we letting him in? Yeah. I mean, it's so stupid now. You just got to make a joke out of it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Zero knows I'm joking when I do that because he laughs.
Oh yeah.
But I'm just saying, just the stupidity of saying something like that out loud. It's retarded, and to live your life by that. It's no different than what's his face when he said, "Facts don't make it true."
Yeah.
You're killing me.
Yeah.
You're killing me.
Another one of the military name dudes, that Enemy Nation nigga. Yeah.
No, actually, the person I'm thinking of wasn't one of those.
Enemy Nation.
It wasn't. That's not who I'm talking about.
Oh, that was. Oh, but yeah,
they didn't have a military name.
Okay, that Enemy Nation dude did that because Zero shot that.
Wow.
Shit. Yeah, because he played that shit whenever he done it when he said, just because it's facts doesn't make it true, and that wasn't even the worst thing he had said. So it's.
Yeah, but I mean, look, man, when you start, and it's the same thing with this nonsense about my truth. There is no your truth. The truth is the fucking truth.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, stop with that. Won't you just say what you mean? Well, my perception. Then say your perception. Don't
Because
say my truth.
They have tethered the truth away from actual evidence and something that can be tested and proven. Truth is now just pure feeling. It's not. See, truth has to be evidence-based. You can't say that you have something that you can't prove or that doesn't have evidence to support itself. But that when they
the thing is people only focus on the facts that favor them and take those as truths. But the facts that don't, that's what they're trying to get away from.
Well, that's absolutely true. I mean, as human beings, we all want the facts to favor our perspective, our agenda, whatever you want to call it. But come on, there's a line in the sand, man, where you gotta just accept it for being what it is. Do I want everything to fall in my favor? Absolutely. Why wouldn't I?
But see,
I'll take it. But when it doesn't, I'm not going to sit there and debate the reality of it.
But see, that takes a certain amount of thinking and structuring your life a certain way. See, a lot of these dudes, they want to complain, about something, anything other than what they're doing. It's always something else other than what they're doing. They don't even consider the option to change or have a different approach to life when something is not working. Because logically, if you run into a wall, you don't keep backing up and hitting the wall. You have to acknowledge there's a wall there.
Well, and see, here's the thing. That's because of two things. For one, we talking about helmet strap niggas. And then two, y'all have cut yourself off from the inner bitch. They haven't.
Yeah, these dudes are like the Pavlov experiment where the dog hits the bell and they salivate. That's how they are about pussy.
Yep. And they will literally have a heart attack when you tell them yeah, I can live a normal life without him. It's like, how can you say that?
Blasphemy!
Look, Sigma. We said this
fuck is
earlier.
wrong with
That's
you?
not true.
Eisen said they can't last 30 minutes without it, or 30
Yeah,
seconds,
30
I think.
seconds.
And Batgirl, this is why I say SYSBM is not for every brother. Because I will tell them
Sure is.
straight up, can you go 6 months without being with a female? Can you go a year without being with a female? Can you go 2 years, 3 years, 5 years without being with a female? Even if I just give them 3 months, they will relapse within a month or so.
And here's the thing.
No such thing as self-discipline with these type of guys.
And here's the thing. I'm a piggyback on what you said. That was the best decision I ever made in my life. Is realizing that I had a problem with my, self-control. And this was early in my life, in my 20s. I was like, man, I'm making, I was still getting things done, but I was too distracted. And I didn't like that, I kept bringing all these dysfunctional women around just for the sake of me, my lust, my urge to want to be with a woman. And I just made a choice. I said, you know what? I'm going to go cold turkey. Best decision I ever made in my life, because it really does. It's like it unplugs you from what we're all like brought up into. It's almost like, I know MOT, you talk about your story when you went through that stint of homelessness and all that. And I've been through it too. I've always worked, but not having the family support and your credit issues, anybody can end up that way. Again, those are times in life where I had to really get focused, and I had to really focus on changing my life. And both of those times both times I chose to and people don't understand the difference between celibacy and abstinence. Abstinence, you're just not having sex. Celibacy is when your mindset is not even focused on sex. And I got so much done. I had so much understanding about myself. I acquired so much discipline, so much self-control. I was able to be focused, and I just had so much energy to just creatively change anything and do anything. I got stuff done.
But listen to what you're saying. That's okay. That's the thing. You've been homeless. MOT's been homeless. I've been homeless, and I'm pretty sure there's more men up here who've been there, or at least been threatened with it, in some shape, form, or fashion. But what I'm saying to you is, listen to what you're saying. The reason why we are what we are is because of those experiences. And as I've said many a times before, you can quote scripture, you can quote science, but you take all that away and get to the bare bottom basics. There has never, ever been a greater teacher than pain.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And what you have is a bunch of people who have been entitled, sheltered, and given stuff for free. They don't understand pain.
Yeah.
Because pain not only teaches you, it forces you to change your perspective. It's no different than a child. You stand in front of that stove and you think about it, and then you touch it and okay, I got a healthy respect for this motherfucker now. It's the same thing. And that's the problem, because these men, or niggers, or whatever we're calling them, fall into the same category as women right now. You have to treat them as children, because that's what they are.
Well, I would say they know pain. They're just addicted to a pain that is unproductive and doesn't get you anywhere good.
I get that. I get that.
Lawrence, you did say something well, but here's what I have to say to spiritual. How dare you leave pussy on the table?
There you go.
See, I got something for that, because next time somebody say something like that to me, how dare you leave pussy on the table? I'm like, well, I don't even have a table, so what's the problem?
I mean, it's sad because that's adolescent thinking, and that's where I kind of came to a moment in my life, early in life, where I realized that's adolescent thinking. Living my life from trying to just acquire sex. That's adolescence. That's you lacking purpose, you lacking self-control, and you lacking just common sense about not only the risks, because if the risk alone is not enough to let men know that you should be pussy focused. The risk alone. I mean, you can get STDs, you can get a pregnancy, unwanted pregnancy. You can have, you can just be with, you can have your peace taken away from you. A lot of these dudes are so used to arguing. That's why they normalize yelling and arguing, because they have normalized being with this argumentative woman that they don't have the environment to control, and so they're projecting that to everybody. If I argue all day with my woman and eventually we fight, she may call the police and then we get over it. They've normalized that kind of behavior, and that's why they so comfortable with arguing, because
they're giving bullshit excuses about standing to the same circumstance. Everything you do to challenge their actual outlook in life is responded with abject bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is that to get back at that, you have to be comical about it now. That's why I said what I did earlier. Well, don't leave pussy on the table. What about the table? I love Japanese culture. I don't have a table. I sit on the floor.
Hey, Lawrence.
Wow.
I got one better for you. Oh, so you don't want to be black? You don't like your own kind, then?
I'm straight with that. I told Ali I hated you from jump.
You racist against your own people.
I'm good with that. I'm safer in another neighborhood than this one.
and to the point that Young Swift made, of course, they do not want to be caught being bitch broke. Go ahead and ask them, color women is God niggas. The problem is that she is the table.
Yeah, that's true.
But I mean, for real, do that one time to a chick when she say something about she's the table, and you look at her and you tell her, "Oh, I live a minimalist life based on Japan. I don't have a table. I sit on the floor." And watch her face. Just watch her face.
My response would be, "I already got one. I don't need another one."
Yeah, that too. But like I said, because that's all you can do now. You can just be comical, like you told me many a times before. Entertainment.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not going out there to listen to their fuckery, but if you come at me with it, then I'm just going to be comical with you. You know what I'm saying? I eat on the floor.
These dudes approach life like trying to go in somebody else's house and then trying to will your way through somebody else's rules. And that's how they look at like how they deal with women. It's like they never think, let me establish my own house where I can set my own rules, where things are ordered the way I want. And I can vet or qualify who enters my house. They never think like that. They always want to go. They want to go to the matriarchal, whatever you call it, the women-led driven society, and they want to go ahead and so-called, and this is the misuse of that word, alpha their way through it. Through somebody else's house.
Well, Hulk, I mean, you're looking at it all wrong. What you're talking about, it just takes too much work. It's much better to just go into an already made house and just come in and those conditions are already primed for a nigga like me,
What it is, it's like going to somebody's house during an RPG. You're never told to leave. You're not asked what the fuck are you doing there. You just accept it. That's right. The way they look at shit.
But I'm alpha. but I'm alpha. You understand what I'm saying? I could do that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, are you disrespecting the house of Guy? Is that what you do? Are you calling my father a goodly rotten apple? What do you say? Are you calling my mother a pox-ridden wench? I'm an alpha, motherfucker. I get to roll in there and do what I want to. I get to lean back and just chill and have other niggas do my shit for me, because I can alpha my way through everything except for a wet paper bag. I'm still working on that.
But see, here's the thing. I get why you can't do that. You ain't like me. I got it like that. I can come in and do it, but you need to get on my level though. But I can do that.
But
I can come in and do that.
So what you saying? You ain't saying shit, nigga. My level's higher than yours. What you saying?
Man, what?
What?
Nah, you ain't got it like me.
Yo, nigga, catch a flight.
What? You ain't got it. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
The sad part is that's exactly how it goes too.
Dueling banjos of nigga levels, man.
Yeah. Until the bitch ass nigga button masher gets on the panel and
and pushes the button. Then the shit goes haywire.
That's when one of you call Jessica and she sits there and go, "What does this button do?" So
You know what? Right after this stream, I'm literally gonna go and find at least somebody cast a replay of that. I literally want to see this pimp crying because that is amazing. That is amazing.
That shit was awesome, man. When he said, "Man, how y'all gonna let this bitch talk to me like that? Didn't nobody check the bitch? Y'all gotta keep going."
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow.
Oh, that shit was awesome, boy.
And this whole concept of legally checking legally empowered bitches, that's crazy to me.
Man,
I mean,
bro.
like come on, man. That's not happening, man. You're not gonna sit there and put your hand around her throat and say, "Do what I say," and like, come on, man, come on, stop it.
Legally empowered bitches.
I like that. I like that.
Oh, it's funny.
LEBs, okay. LEBs. That needs to replace T1000s.
I always said it, man. In the way in this illogical society where those men who worship women, they are the new women, and the women are kind of more alpha than them because the women are controlling the environment.
Oh yeah,
and the men are not. Then the men and those males are comfortable with that.
Oh, they're very comfortable. They're very comfortable with it.
No responsibilities. I show up with hard dick. I'm at home.
Because like I've said before, look, it doesn't matter if it's bitch niggers, game niggers, or bitches in and of itself. It doesn't look. The only reason we have issues, and they're not even real issues, but the only reason we're getting grief and pushback is they don't even really care about us. They just mad that they can't get us to conform. That's all this comes down to.
Yep. They want you to co-sign.
Because as soon as we conform or co-sign, they're going to ignore us immediately after. They just want us roaming the plantation. That's all.
Yeah, that's
somebody has to pay for the check, man. Somebody has to pay for the check, and it ain't them.
Exactly.
That's it. It's not. You're not roaming the plantation. You're fronting the bill for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, you notice that's their rites of passage. You have to agree and co-sign what they're saying. That's the only rites of passage.
We call it bending the knee. Yeah.
Oh
no, I'm serious.
Okay.
That's what we call it. We call it bending the knee.
Gotcha.
In other words, if you don't agree with anything they say, you're not black. Somehow, somebody have crowned them the barometer of blackness.
Yep.
Even though they can't tell you who gave them that authority.
Yeah, but they're not black. See, the problem is that you have to come down to being black. The only thing you have to do is come down here with us niggas. Everything floats down here. That's pretty much what they're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing about it, and taking a spin off the analogy Sigma just gave, here's what's funny. If we look at a pyramid diagram kind of situation, we're sitting at the point of the pyramid. Instead of these bastards walking up the pyramid to be with us, they expect us to come down.
Yeah.
And that's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Because the same way they have no interest on giving up their power on that lower base, we have no interest on giving our power up on the upper base. We're not.
Lawrence, I will tell you right now, and everybody else listening in, I will commit seppuku before I have to go down to their level.
Yep, I agree.
I will assist you with that.
They're like, look, we can see the fire from here. We don't have to get any closer to know that shit's on fire. Nah, man, we can see that from up here.
Exactly.
but you guys are laughing with because you have to have another person as a standby.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And I would dare say that I would switch with you too if the roles were reversed.
Yep.
Because everybody else knows it as Harry Carey, I think is what they bastardize it to be. hitty kitty, Harry carry, whatever it was, but it's seppuku. That's when a Japanese swordsman's on his knees, and you gotta stick that blade in you, and you gotta cut a certain way across your gut.
Yep, got yourself.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
And if you're incapable of completing it, then that's when your secondary, which is standing behind you with a sword, finishes it off for you by cutting your head off.
Okay. Cut it off clean.
Yep, clean cut.
That's why, like I said, it's like if you can't get the nigga out of you, stay home. Mm-hmm. Because in other cultures, when you dishonor like that, they expect you to correct yourself, and in some cases, by blood.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
There is no medical procedure called a nigga-ectomy. None.
Yep.
None.
Yep. Yep. And this is the game we play. Now, for me, my perspective is I'll take as many of them as I can with me until I run out of ammo. When I run out of ammo, that's when it's time for seppuku. because like they're not taking me with them. They're not. They're just not.
Yeah, these guys.
And I must confess, again, speaking for myself, I can't do it. I cannot imagine living a life like that permanently. Where like we said earlier, it's just another form of slavery. And I was
it is permanent.
It is permanent. It is permanent. And they're definitely making sure not only is it going to be permanent, but it's going to be legal as well. I can't imagine it. I can't grasp my mind around it. I can't. It's no different than the slaves on the ship, man, who just jumped off, man. Fuck it. I'd rather die.
Yeah, these guys don't realize that they're the engine that keeps feminism running.
Mm-hmm.
They don't realize that they're actually helping to promote it, you know, because this woman-centered thinking is exactly, it takes both men and women to be on board.
Oh yeah.
You know, and they don't realize that. But since they keep promoting women, they might as well be pro-feminist.
The thing is, they realize they just don't care. The only thing they care about is the bitch, including their own inner one.
Yeah. because I mean, not to go all Aleister Crowley or Dante's Inferno, but let's be real. But let's be real. They sold their souls for pussy.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. You know what? There's legend has it there is a script. Oh, go ahead, Isaac.
I was just gonna say my bad. They sold their souls for the idea of access to it.
Yeah, that's true.
Not even in most of the time.
Not even a promise guaranteed of it. Just the idea of it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
My bad. Go ahead.
No. I was going to say that legend has it there is the Negro Bible. That if you go over there to the alternative verse of Psalms, I think it's like Psalms 21, it says, "The pussy is my life and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The pussy is the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid?" That's what they live by.
Wow.
Hey. Wow. Or else, I mean, you know, we can go Full Metal Jacket. This is my reptile. There are many like it, but this one is mine.
Yeah, hey, look. Yea, do I walk? Hey, look. You gotta finish it. Yea, do I walk through the shadow of a pussy? I shall fear no evil because she is with me.
Wow.
Yes.
Damn. Where can I get a copy of this, man?
They say you have to go through the deep corridors of the community to find this Negro Bible. Like, somehow I was able to get a hold of it years ago.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, man.
Damn. Oh.
Hey, y'all just doing that. I just can't now. I got Lenny Williams. Because I love you in my head right now.
What? Jeez, man. Oh man! Oh man! Oh man!
Oh man! Oh.
And jeez, and you're quoting the damn thing. Damn. Jeez. And but that's what it is. Pussy is the new god.
Yeah.
New?
No,
Well, you know what I mean. I don't mean new as in recent, but I'm just saying it's a replacement. Bottom line.
New as in we just discovered it.
Yeah.
We just rediscovered it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Puerto Rico.
Oh shit! Hey. Oh damn, that was mean. That was it.
Sorry about that.
Oh shit! Oh, it's just like Puerto Rico. Oh damn. Oh, I hope Marco heard that. That'd be funny as hell.
Oh man.
Oh geez. Oh, that was good. That was good. Oh shit. Oh,
Dang.
oh man. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sigma.
No, I was gonna say, and just wait. Some random Negro's gonna come right after the stream. Probably leave a comment in Eisen's chat saying, "I can't believe y'all will say that."
Get over it. Get over it. Oh well.
And just like I said, they said, we don't have to fight with them. We love them. We just need them to be nicer. Why can't they just be nicer?
And my response would be correction. You love your women.
That is
You
your
can have the same
woman.
type of conservative, and the same type of conservative now wants to save the same women.
Uh-oh.
I know. Yeah.
Hey, MOT.
Yeah.
But that's my daughter. Damn,
Man, I never.
It's oh man.
Compromise.
I've been a conservative since I was about 14, 15 years old, man. And I don't know what the hell they think they are, but that is not it.
Look, your response to that is fuck your daughter.
But
Which I'll
seriously,
probably be doing later on this evening. But yeah, okay.
Yes,
but seriously, I overheard this individual. I was just being a fly on the wall, listening in on one of those streams, and this individual literally said that there are some women worth protecting. There are some women worth saving. I was like, you are done. I now know your weakness. You are done.
It all goes back to that one MT stream when they had that lame hard ass nigga on the panel breaking out all these books trying to explain to the color woman, to these color women, why they are fucked up the way they are. Like these bitches actually care. And then, it was just like poetry for only formed about like an hour later, start turn on him and start cutting this nigga down the side.
Yep, sure did.
That shit was priceless.
And like I said, and they see it in real time. They watch it happen to themselves, and then tomorrow morning they'll still have faith in it to try again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, that's that hopium.
Oh yeah.
No
question.
Hey, yeah, I got to bounce.
Strong.
Hey, yeah, I got to bounce, but man, thanks for having me up, man. I had to jump in for a second.
Yeah,
no problem.
All right, peace.
Yo, Swift, come on, we gotta say these random women. They could be completely in the wrong, but if you don't save them, you hate your race.
Yeah, but your mama's black.
I ain't trying to fuck it all.
Yep.
Nah, man. They're trying to cast heel on like NPCs and shit, man.
Honestly, every time I hear that where it said, "Well, your mama's black," I say, "Oh, so you believe in incest then?"
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yes.
I long time ago, sitting around a table, couple of aunts and all that good stuff. Talking. I had a girlfriend that brought her over for dinner or something like that, and we were sitting there talking about something, and she said something to me, and I corrected her on the spot because you ain't gonna talk to me like that, and you ain't gonna try and make your bones by seeming like you more than what you are in front of my family. You feel what I'm saying? Talking to me like that. And my aunt jumped into it and tried to cover for her, and I looked at her and I said, I'm sorry. When was the last time your lips was around my dick?
No, damn.
And she was like, what the fuck did you just say to me? I said, bitch, I will stab you with this fucking fork right here, right now. This is pussy I'm fucking. I'm not fucking yours. You don't get to tell me what to do, and you don't get to tell her what to do with me. Now, unless you go and climb under this fucking table right now, and then my uncle started to get fucking loud and started to, to move, like they gonna do some shit. And I'm like, yo, I'm gonna tell you right now, you fucking touch me, it's gonna cost you. I might lose, but it's gonna fucking cost you something because I'm not talking to you. And it's like, well, that's your aunt, you know what I'm saying? That's a grown ass woman, and I'm a grown ass fucking man. I said, I will grab this bitch right here, throw her on top of the food, and fuck her in front of you to prove that.
Damn.
That's what, yo, man. Let me tell you something. That's one of the things in life that really, really vexes me, because, you not fucking me. You don't get to speak on behalf of the chick I'm fucking. It ain't none of your business. Nobody asked you shit. Nobody gives a fuck about your shit. Nothing. Your ass is worn out and broken. Your back has been broken. I mean, seriously, the hubris to think you can get to insert yourself to tell a chick how to dude, that just vexes me, man. It just vexes. And that's why I come out the way I do sometimes when that situation happens, because it's inappropriate, man.
My whole thing was I had to tell mine. I was like, how the hell you gonna teach somebody? How the hell you gonna teach a broad to do something that you ain't been successful at?
Yeah, and it's always the ones who have a husband who's miserable or who couldn't keep a fucking man. They got all they got all the advice in the fucking, and it's no different than them old ass motherfucking niggas trying to stand on the corner telling you how to do your shit. Nigga, you ain't even doing it.
But Lawrence, what do you do when you got a Negro who is past his prime and believes that because you are able to go and do better,
Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. This is how it works. You shoot him to put him out of your misery.
I will give, like we talk about the seppuku, I will give him the katana and say, either you gonna do it to yourself or I'll help you do it.
Nope. Because he's not even honorable enough to fall on the sword. Just shoot him to get him out of your misery. You asked me, I'm telling you. And I'll say the same shit I've said time and time again. If nobody believes me, you're more than welcome to crop this section of the video and put it on your fucking phone and carry it with you. So if at any time in the future you think I'm bullshitting, you can play it back. I'll do it. Yes. You have proof right here of everything I've ever said since I've been in this space can be cropped and put on your phone and carried with you for proof. I have no problem with this. Like I said, look, I'm not older than most boomers, but I'm old enough that I'm tired. And at the end of the day, it is far easier for me to take the L and spend some time in jail. As crazy as that fucking sounds, I'll get 3 meals, a cot, workout, free TV and cable, the whole 9 yards. I could use a vacation from the board.
Hey, MOT, right now Lawrence starting to sound like the Red Hood.
I'm starting to sound like who?
The Red Hood.
Yeah, the Red Hood ended.
They think.
Are you talking about Jason Todd?
Yes.
Yeah.
What he said? They think I'm locked in here with them. No, they just don't know they're locked in here with me. That's
Rorschach from The Watchmen. Yeah, that's Rorschach. Yeah, but that's the mentality you have to take. because they won't believe you any other way. And I'm not trying to talk like I'm a big badass dude. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying that at the end of the day, if you're coming from me, you must understand this is going to cost you something. Even if I lose, it's going to cost you something. If you come in and take all my shit, it's going to cost you something. If you put your hands on me, it's going to cost you something. It's not trying to sound tough. It's trying to make you understand the reality that you're living in. It won't be for free.
Here's the thing, but men are not supposed to assert themselves in society. Like, that's the problem, because over proliferation of bitch ass niggas have actually erased what consequences would look like for just simply talking shit to the wrong fucking person, until they recognize, like, oh, what's going on? Like, oh man, like, bro, like, hey man, it's enough of this childish shit, man.
Yeah, man. Because I mean, back in look, man, back in the day growing up, and I know you know this, MOT, and I know you know it too, Eisen, and I'm pretty sure the rest of you guys do too. But I know the two of you know. Look, man, you couldn't just go around saying whatever the fuck you wanted to say. You had to be prepared to throw up your knuckles and guard your grill.
Yeah.
Yep.
You couldn't just walk over and say whatever the fuck you want to somebody and think that was all it was gonna fucking be.
Yeah.
You learned to hold your fucking tongue unless you had the shit to back it the fuck up with.
Mm-hmm.
And 9 times out of 10, it worked one of two ways. Either you beat the shit out of that motherfucker and you ain't got no problem no more, or the two of y'all motherfuckers fight, and the next thing you know, you end up being lifelong friends. Those are your only two. But walking around just saying shit and thinking you ain't gonna be touched, nah, that shit did not fucking happen.
And I do gotta say, there is a third option, because if you in the South, your ass probably gonna get jumped. Them niggas can't fight.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
No, not one-on-one. No.
Yeah. But when I was growing up, it was one-on-one. Each side brought other dudes, don't get me wrong. But it was to keep the shit fucking fair and honest. So if somebody else jumped in, the other side was gonna jump in.
Yeah, not in the South. In the South.
Right. No, I get that. I get that. And then like I said, I'm a little older, so I'm pretty sure it's totally different now. But bottom line is like I said, you couldn't just walk around saying shit. And motherfuckers got so accustomed to this whole keyboard warrior bullshit that they can say whatever they fucking want because they know nobody knows where they're at or who they are. And once you start getting to a system where you start getting motherfuckers who know how to hack and track, and then you start letting niggas know, yeah, your name's so-and-so, you live on blah, 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 blah. You want to have this conversation?
And Lawrence, check this out. Watch this. So you and I both know we got a lot of these Negroes, especially the game ones, that want to talk about, man, I can take your girl. I can steal your girl. Here's my thing.
Uh-oh. Don't say his name. He's going to hop on.
He can hop on whatever he wants. But I'll just say this. My mentality is go ahead and try. But let me just give you a fair warning. Number one, my girl comes from a certified line of samurai heritage. So she's actually pretty good with the blade. And number two, she hates players. So unless you
talking about a Japanese Lorena Bobbitt.
Pretty much. So if you think you stand a chance of spitting your game without your head chopped off, be my guest.
And you got to understand something when Sigma's saying this, because I dated a girl like that a long time ago. You need to keep this real. A girl who is descended from a samurai family brings you 2 to 3 types of problems. The first problem is that she knows what to do to handle you herself. Mm-hmm. The second thing is that she doesn't, her samurai family would. The third thing is most of those samurai families are accustomed and adjusted to working with the Yakuza on occasion. You're just having a bad day, dude.
Yep.
You're just having a bad fucking day.
Yep. So I was gonna say that's why, like, when I hear these knuckleheads talk about, yeah, I can steal your girl, I can take your girl. It's like, please try, and let me know if you're able to leave without your head chopped off.
You stupid, Jay Wolf. Is she related to Silver Samurai? You a dumbass. No, she's not a mutant, motherfucker. No, I'm just playing. But
it'd be cool if she was.
I still got the chat on one right now.
Oh man, but like, yeah, but like, I've had dudes tell me that. I'm like, take her, man, and they just look at me like I'm retarded. Like, I give a fuck for her. I don't just take her.
Yeah.
Take her. And I've said that even in instances when I'm married to the broad. It doesn't if you could take her, she wasn't mine to begin with, and she never was from Jump Street anyway.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying? At this point in time, she's with me only because it's my turn. That's all.
hey, Zero had the best story for that. He said he looked at dude and told him, "Okay, I see you looking. So what did you want to say? What you want to do? I mean, how you gonna get her?" And he was like, "I mean, dude, do you realize what I do to her?"
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, he had us rolling. I mean, and that's just the level of stupidity on bitch ass niggas and their mentality. You know what I'm saying? Because like the saying goes, don't talk about it, be about it. You walking up to me telling me I'm gonna take your girl. What the fuck does that mean? What is it? I mean, what does that even fucking mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So what's gonna happen? You take her and then what? You have, every time you kiss her, that's my semen you're tasting, motherfucker. Now what?
Hey, these are the same kind of niggas that whenever they would try to do it and she would turn them down, they'd be like, "Well, fuck you, bitch. You ugly anyway. I really didn't want none, but you already done showed your hand."
You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just it's almost like they're trying to use it as an intimidation tactic. On what? It's like somebody had told me before. Do you worry about if she's cheating on you? Yada yada yada. Why would I worry about that? Well, because women could do that. Not saying they can't, but why would I worry about that? Because you got to understand. You have to understand how my life works. How do I get to run my business? How do I get to do the things I do if I'm sitting around all day, every day, worrying about whether or not she's doing something with somebody else? That's not how you live your life. That's not for anybody. I don't give a fuck if you a straight up dude, a game nigga, a gay nigga. It doesn't. Nobody should be living their life like that, where they sit around doing nothing but worrying about who they're with and what they're doing. That's retarded. So if you want to take her and you can take her, then fucking take her. I'm just gonna go replace her. There's like 8 women to every 1 man in this fucking country. There's another bus coming.
Hey guys, I'd like to say thanks for having me on the panel. It was good talking to you guys, entertaining as hell, and good luck, Eisen. Reach that 8-hour mark, new record.
No. Hey, curls with the curls. We about to cut this off now.
I'll stay for closing statements then.
No. Go ahead.
I've been watching that clock. I ain't trying to hit that 7 mark again. No, sir.
Well, I gotta jump off too. My dinner just arrived. So, fellas, I'll catch y'all on next week.
Hit your closing.
Go ahead and hit your closing statement.
Oh, well, I mean, hey, just don't be a nigga. And forgive yourself. And with that, I'm gone. So take care.
Nice. Shalom.
Oh, I didn't see that one coming. That was a good one.
I didn't either. Don't forgive yourself. That was good.
Damn.
Oh, that was good. Damn. Oh, damn, man. So who you want to go next?
Since curls with the curls is gonna go, so we'll let you go next.
Oh man, Sigma, why'd you have to start it off like that? Shit. Either way, good stream, guys. Good stuff. I'll see y'all on the next one.
All right, man. Shalom.
Catch you on the next one, yes, Will. MOT.
Hey, and man, thanks for having me on, man. Y'all have a nice night.
All right.
All right.
Thanks for coming up. Oh man, it was great. And last but not least, the darkness.
Yeah, I'm not even trying to follow Sigma. I'm keeping it simple, man. # men first. That's all I got. And thanks for having me. That's all I got, man.
Well, you know what? after Sigma did that, you know, I'm just gonna I'm gonna do the Bruce thing.